Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Richmond Public Schools School Board meeting. I now call this meeting to order. It is Monday, June 7th, 2021. Madam Attorney, would you read the electronic statement followed by the roll call?
Yes, ma'am. This meeting is being held as an electronic meeting pursuant to and in compliance with Richmond City Council's Ordinance 2020-093, adopted April 9th, 2020, and extended by Ordinance number 2020-183, adopted August 20th, 2020, and by Ordinance number 2020-232, adopted December 14th, 2020, and the school board's resolution approved on April 20th, 2020. Simultaneous translation is being provided tonight in Spanish via Zoom, and the meeting notice contained information on how individuals needing translation services could obtain the service. The meeting notice also stated that the meeting would be a virtual meeting and would be live streamed for the public on the school division's Facebook page, and the link was provided. The meeting notice indicated that the board would not receive public comments in person. However, public comments could be submitted to the school board clerk, and the email address for comments was provided. The agenda of the meeting was posted to board docs. After roll call, we will state how many board members are participating at the time of roll call. Ms. Dorr?
Here.
Ms. White?
Present.
Ms. Gibson?
Here.
Mr. Young?
Present.
Ms. Rizzi?
Here.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Present.
Ms. Burke?
Here.
Ms. Page?
Here.
Ms. Jones?
Here.
Madam Chair, all 9 board members are participating at this time.
Thank you so very much, Attorney Lilly. We're now ready to, before we move forward with our adoption of the agenda, I'd like to welcome Ms. Adeline Clark, our interim clerk. Ms. Clark served Richmond Public Schools for many, many years, and she's joined us to fill in for us until the new person is hired, and we are working on that. So again, welcome back to Richmond Public Schools, Mrs. Adeline Clark. We are so delighted that you're here to help us, support us, and tonight we just want you to observe and take minutes. And then we'll move forward after this. But again, welcome.
Thank you
Is
so
there
much.
anything you'd like to say? Anything you'd like to say before we move forward?
Well, that old saying, you can always go home again, seems to be true.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you so much again. We look forward to this continued partnership. All right, item 1.02, adoption of the agenda. Any discussion or motion to move forward? Excuse me, Mr. Young, your call.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Dr. Shonda Harris Muhammad. I don't know what happened with your volume, Jonathan. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I move that we adopt the June 7th school board agenda as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Is there a second?
Second.
That was made by Ms. Jones, correct? It's been moved and properly second that we accept the agenda as listed. Are you ready to vote? Any discussion? Madam Attorney? We can't hear you.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi?
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes.
Ms. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Attorney Lilly. We'll now move forward to number 2, recognition. 2.01, recognition of 2021 Teacher of the Year, Miss Ashley Bland, Superintendent Cameras.
Thank you, Chair Burke. And if I could ask Miss Bland to put your camera on. There she is. Fantastic. Welcome. All right, here we go. Teacher of the Year, Ashley Bland, June 7th, 2021. Whereas the RPS Teacher of the Year Award recognizes the extraordinary work of one of the division's many incredible teachers and is given to an RPS teacher who exemplifies what it means to teach with love, lead with love, and serve with love every day. And whereas RPS honors Mrs. Ashley Bland, an instructional technology resource teacher at John B. Carey Elementary School, as the 2021 RPS Teacher of the Year. And whereas Ashley shares her love and excitement of math and science every day as an ITRT, inspiring and recruiting young people of color to pursue science, technology, engineering, and math learning and career exploration. And whereas Ashley is a true team player, helping to distribute Chromebooks and hotspots to students, serving as a professional development trainer, and always being available to support parents, students, and families. And whereas Ashley is a fierce fighter for equity, lending her voice to important discussions on race and helping moderate professional development discussions on equity. And whereas RPS fully supports Ashley's application to the Virginia Teacher of the Year Award and appreciates the impact that she continues to make on RPS staff, students, and community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the School Board of the City of Richmond and Richmond Public Schools hereby recognizes Ashley Bland as the 2021 RPS Teacher of the Year and encourages everyone to join in celebrating this incredible achievement and supporting Ashley in all of her future endeavors. And on a personal note, I just want to say thank you to Mrs. Bland, who has been a force of nature this entire year, starting way back on March 13th of 2020 when we first closed. She has been at the forefront of helping us become a fully virtual school system. And it's because of her efforts and many of her colleagues that we have been as successful as we have been. She is an incredible educator, beloved by teachers, students, families, administrators alike, and we could not be more thrilled to have her represent RPS. And I am very excited to have her take on the Commonwealth of Virginia and perhaps beyond. So on behalf of all of RPS, congratulations to Ashley Bland, our 2021 Teacher of the Year.
Congratulations, Mrs. Bland. Would you like to state something this evening?
Yes, thank you so much, Superintendent Cameras, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and to tonight's viewers. I'm extremely honored to serve as your 2021 Teacher of the Year. As an instructional technology resource teacher, I get the privilege not only to serve at John B. Carey, but in multiple schools across the division. And I have to agree with Superintendent Cameras. I can truly say that I'm just one small part of all the amazing things going on in RPS. I also would like to extend a thanks to my family and friends, especially my husband, Alonza, and my daughter, Alani, for supporting me, for serving as my sounding board, and at times sacrificing time with me so that I can be of service to the RPS community. Great educators are often molded and inspired by other great educators. I'm joined on tonight's call by my former engineering professor, Dr. Rosalind Hobson Hargraves. She is my only engineering professor who is a woman of color, and she has truly inspired me to do the work I do today. Thank you, Dr. Hobson Hargraves, for being the epitome of Black girl magic and showing me the importance of representation in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math. I'm also joined tonight by Mr. Donovan Tucker, who was my clinical residency coach when I served as a resident middle school math teacher at Elkhart Thompson. Mr. Tucker now serves as an assistant principal at George Wythe High School. He made navigating RPS a breeze, and he is an exemplary educator. Mr. Tucker, you taught me how to be an educator that made an impact beyond the walls of a school building. The experiences in your classroom poured into me as much as the students, and I'm so glad our paths crossed. Dr. Hobson Hargraves and Mr. Tucker make up one small part of my village. To anyone who may be watching tonight, who is also a part of my village, my family members, my friends, all the educators I get the privilege of serving alongside, the list goes on. I just want to send you a heartfelt thank you for all you have done and the things that you continue to do. I also would like to thank the Office of Engagement, particularly Matthew Stanley and Tamika Massey, for helping me get connected to tonight's call. If you spend a little time with them, they do so much behind the scenes. So thank you so much. Richmond has given me so much. I went to college here. I got married here. I started a family here. So I hope to give back, even if it's just a small part of what has been given to me. Thank you so much for your time and for tonight's recognition.
Wow, Mrs. Bland, thank you so much. That was so warm and heartfelt. And what a beautiful tribute and a lesson for all of us. You came with your village. I know your husband, your family members are all watching, the teachers, faculty, and staff at your school. You're at, I can think of the school in the West End.
I'm at John B. Carey, Benford Middle School, and Mary Scott Preschool.
Well, you're all over the place, and we thank you for all that you have done. We thank you for having Dr. Hobson Hargraves here and Mr. Tucker and all those persons that are watching, but it was delightful to hear you speak, and I've enjoyed reading all about you. So I think we're going to hear a whole lot more about you over the years. Thank you again for serving our children with love. Your energy is exemplary, and we can feel it through the Zoom. So thank you, the best to you. And again, you represent all of the faculty and staff and 25,000 Richmond Public School students for what you do from day to day. Well done, well done, well done, and we salute you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
would it be okay if Dr. Hobson Hargraves and Mr. Tucker said just a couple of
You
words
froze.
since they took the time to be here tonight?
I didn't hear you. You froze on me.
Would it be okay if Dr. Hobson Hargraves and Mr. Tucker said just a few brief words?
Sure,
Okay.
absolutely. This is an opportunity to celebrate. Dr. Hobson Hargraves, please.
Good evening, everyone. I am so absolutely very proud of Ashley Jackson Bland. I knew her when she was Ashley Jackson and just a young woman coming through engineering. She has always been a diligent and hard worker, completely dedicated to making our world a better place. And I'm so happy that she continued on with getting her master's in teaching after getting her engineering undergraduate degree and decided to pursue this career in education. She knows that RPS is very dear to me, and I am so thankful that she's a part of the RPS family and so happy for all that she's doing and will continue to do. I'm so very proud of you, Ashley.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Mr. Tucker, would you like to say something?
Yes, good evening, everybody. It's an honor that my resident, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Bland, has been selected as a district teacher of the year. When the residency program came out, I was one of the first ones to sign up, but guess what? It took me 5 years to actually get a resident because we didn't have any math teachers coming into the district. And when I got Ms. Jackson, it was awesome. I mean, from day one, I mean, it was like a perfect match because she was very cooperative. She was willing to learn, eager to learn. And also I was learning as well. So being her resident coach was a benefit to me as well as to her. We learned from each other. So she brought in all kind of cool things that we just implemented. And then as our time progressed, you know, when she actually took a position at Elkhart Thompson, we still worked together. And then we worked together the year previous, you know, so it was like an ongoing teacher residency kind of thing where we were just collaborating, you know, so it was awesome. And so I'm not surprised that she has been nominated the teacher of the year for the district. You know, after 2 years of being at not the district, but being for Elkhart or Elkhart Thompson, being the teacher of the year, she was in line for it. She's a perfect candidate and it's gonna be an awesome experience for Ms. Bland. So congratulations to you. You know, I'm proud of you. It's like my little sister, you know? So this is awesome. So congratulations to you, all right?
That's beautiful. Ms. Bland, you can feel that love, can't you? Thank you again. Was there anything else you'd like to say before we move on?
No,
The floor is yours.
thank you so much for having us, Madam Chair, and you all have a great rest of your night.
Thank you for all that you continue to do. Congratulations. Thank you all so much. We'll now move forward to 2.02, receive a proclamation recognizing LGBTQ and Pride Month. Mr.
Thank you.
Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer LGBTQ plus Pride Month commemorates the events of Stonewall Inn in June 1969 and celebrates the contributions made by LGBTQ plus community in promoting equal rights and equal opportunity for all Americans. And whereas LGBTQ plus youth should always feel welcome in their school communities and treated with love, dignity, and respect, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. And whereas there are many supportive educators in RPS schools providing LGBTQ plus students with trusted adult allies who advocate on their behalf, create more welcome and safe environments for students to learn, and make LGBTQ plus students feel more seen and included. And whereas RPS has taken steps to support the inclusion and affirmation of LGBTQ plus students, including the use of gender neutral graduation gowns and allowing students to use their chosen names at school. And whereas RPS will continue to advocate for legislation and policies that protect the rights of LGBTQ plus students, such as the Virginia Department of Education's model policies for the treatment of transgender students in Virginia's public schools. And whereas RPS collaborates and partners with LGBTQ plus groups such as Side by Side and GLSEN, and encourages the formation of gender and sexuality alliances, GSAs, or other student clubs to provide support and resources for the LGBTQ plus community at RPS. And whereas RPS is committed to advancing the rights and opportunities of the LGBTQ plus community at RPS in Richmond and throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the School Board of the City of Richmond recognizes June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month and encourages all schools and community members to join in this observance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I must say that on the Wednesdays live, that was heartfelt. That was beautifully done. Thank you so much. And yes, we love all of our students, faculty, and staff. That was truly done with love, tastefully. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let's move forward to 2.03, recognition of our student representative, Mr. Cameras.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I am thrilled to present to you Yawa Kotoku, our school board student representative for this evening. Yawa is a junior at John Marshall High School. She is trilingual. In addition to English, she speaks fluent French and Ewe, the native language of Southeastern Ghana and Togo. She currently serves as vice president of the John Marshall Student Council Association and plays the flute in the marching band. Yawa did a stellar job representing the division and her school during the facilitation of one of our regional community conversations. And although she has one more year remaining in high school, she has already begun to make post-graduation plans. She hopes to study marketing or business information systems at North Carolina A&T, Hampton, or Howard University.
Okay.
I am thrilled to have Yawa Kotoku here with us this evening.
Hello.
Welcome. We're delighted to have you. What a good choice of a university to attend. Woo! Thank you. Would you like to make remarks at this time, Yawa?
Yes. Thank you, guys. Good evening, Chairwoman Burke, Vice President Young, and board members and superintendent.
We're going to ask you to speak a little bit louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is a pleasure to be here with you guys tonight, serving as a student representative. I would like to thank you guys for recognizing the value of student voices and providing us with the opportunity to address the board. Tonight, I would like to share with you a few ideas I have to improve the school or reopening up in the fall, starting with student leadership. I would like to propose to the board and administration the idea of a student-led board similar to the school board meetings. It is important to have students at the table when making decisions because it is our education, and every decision that is made at both the division and school level directly impacts us and our education. This student-led board would meet on a consistent basis to provide direct feedback to the board along with the administration. This student board will also give students the opportunity to share their voices and advocate for their schools, fellow classmates, and RPS as a whole. I envision this being a collaborative effort between students and the decision makers in the division, where both groups come hand in hand to work together to ensure the academic success for every RPS students. Another idea is to continue Wellness Wednesdays. Many schools have adapted the idea of half-day schedules for either Wednesdays or Fridays. This schedule gives students the time to catch up on work and take a moment to breathe. There's no lie, this school year has been very stressful, but Wellness Wednesdays gave students the opportunity to take a much needed break away from their screens to work independently. This is something all schools should take under consideration to continue next school year. Although we're returning back to school in person with a 4x4 schedule, I feel it's very important to continue the Wellness Wednesday schedule to give students and teachers a much needed break. And lastly, I'd like to introduce the ideas of outdoors lunch. So with plans to reopen schools back up in the fall for in-person learning, lunchtime remains a very thorny topic for many schools. It's risky when students are inside and unmasked, as opposed to having students eat lunch inside. Many schools have opted to change courses and let students have lunch outside to limit the risk of exposures to the coronavirus while eating without masks. According to research, as it relates to outdoor transmission, there is a minimal risk and the chance are drastically reduced as opposed to being indoors. In addition, fresh air disperses and dilutes the virus. It also helps to evaporate the liquid droplet in which the virus is carried. Adding on to that, on sunny days, the ultraviolet light from the sun kills any virus that is out in the open. Outdoors lunch should be considered by all schools, not only to help fight the spread of the coronavirus, but to also give students time to relax and take in fresh air, which also has its own health benefits outside of factors related to coronavirus. In addition to outdoors lunch, it would be very helpful to students if the administration would take into consideration providing students with their own form of ID cards to use when receiving lunch versus punching in the codes. This identification card could also potentially be used as a way to check out materials from the school library and so on. Again, I'd like to thank you guys very much for giving me this opportunity. I hope you guys take all these ideas into consideration, and hopefully in the future, when you decide to move forward with it, I could be there to help out. Thank you.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you. I love the outdoor lunch idea and the student-led board. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Cameron, we're getting such great suggestions from such wonderful students. So I hope that we do have the opportunity. Well, Yawa will be back next year, so she can, this coming year, she can keep tabs on us for that. Thank you, my dear, and best of luck to you at John Marshall and your future endeavors. And we also ask that you stay as long as you can, but we know you have school tomorrow. But thank you, you represent us well, Richmond Public Schools. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item, 3.01, public information. If I'm correct, Attorney Lilly and Ms. Hadasco will be reading and keeping time. And I must say again and again, thank you to you both. As we make transitions, you two have just filled in wherever we need the support and help and then some. So thank you. Who's reading?
I am.
Ms. Hadasco's reading and Ms. Lilly's keeping time.
Yes.
The floor is yours. Thank you. We have 2 minutes per letter. Thank you.
Yes. Elwood York. My name is Elwood York. I am a resident of the 8th District and I am alumni of George Wythe High School. I'm writing today specifically regarding the recent construction referendum that puts all of school construction under the responsibility of the school board. The RPS administration has estimated that, optimistically, this change means the new George Wythe will not be complete until at least 2027. Last week at the Education Compact Committee meeting, 5th District Representative Stephanie Rizzi questioned why there is a rush to get a new George Wythe High School built, since the school has been in need of an upgrade for a long time. Ms. Rizzi, we are here to tell you that we, the George Wythe community, have waited long enough. George Wythe was slated for renovations in 2002. We have been waiting. We have had 2 decades of failed promises and waiting. Our community can't wait any longer. Ms. Rizzi, please put the community you represent over politics. The 8th District cannot wait. RPS students cannot wait. If there is a delay in the construction of George Wythe, you are telling our community that you are putting politics before the RPS students you represent. Jonathan Metcalf. My name is Jonathan Metcalf, and I am a middle school teacher for Richmond Public Schools. I've recently been made aware of the forced transfer of several history and science teachers in high needs Richmond middle schools, not by official or transparent communication from the district, but through informal meetings and word of mouth. The forced transferring of phenomenal middle school teachers with little to no forewarning or public engagement erodes our school district's trust from the public. Highly qualified teachers will be less likely to work in our district. Quality educators will be more inclined to take their talents elsewhere, and parents will be less likely to remain in RPS. Right now, history and science are more important than ever, and caring about a student's holistic education is more important than ever. The current RPS admin talks about prioritizing transparency and care for the student, but these leveling decisions and the manner in which they have been carried out fly in the face of all the progress the district has made in the 4 years. Molly McFadden. I don't mean to sound dramatic, but please don't do this to us. I would support and understand a minor change to the start time to allow parents with 9 to 5 jobs to get to work on time. A start time of 8:45 rather than 9:15 would be helpful in this regard. I struggle, however, to find merit in the proposed hour-and-a-half shift. When I told my 7-year-old daughter this, she literally started crying. She was so stressed out at the thought. Below are some of the stressors a 7:45 to 2:45 school day would cause for our family. After work stress. In order to get enough sleep to wake up on time for a 7:45 start day, little elementary school kids would have to go to bed by 7 p.m. Since I get home from work at 5:30 on a good day, this means I would have to make dinner, everyone eat dinner, get my daughter in the bath, out, and ready for bed in an hour and 15 minutes. For some people, this is no big deal, but I know from experience we don't move this fast and it would be stressful. I can imagine many nights where she doesn't get enough sleep because I'm running behind. After school care. Ending the school day at 2:45 means we pay for an extra hour of childcare each day. That's around $60 extra a week, $240 a month. For what? That's very stressful. Winter mornings. Getting ready for the school day when it's dark out is not my favorite, but if the sun rises at 7:20 in December, it also means little kids are walking to school and waiting for the bus in the dark. This seems like something schools have been trying to avoid forever. I'm not sure why it seems like the right thing now. Please reconsider this change. I'm sure there's a reason it's been proposed, but I can't foresee any positive effect for my family, only stress. Again, I would support a half-hour shift to begin at 8:45, but the hour-and-a-half change would really create havoc in our family's work week. Filipski family. I am opposed to changing school hours for the fall. Sending our most vulnerable children, our K-5, out in the early morning hours during the school year is a mistake. In many cases, it will still be dark when sending them out. In addition, it is the coldest and most dangerous part of the day, not to mention the difficulty of getting small children focused and out of the house. This will just lead to more truancy in the long run. Corin Hewitt. Please, please, please do not change the start times for RPS elementary schools to 7:45 a.m. It would throw so much into disarray. If you must make it earlier to accommodate early working schedules, please make it no earlier than 8:45. Here are the reasons. 1, after school care. This would add substantial cost to our after school care costs. 2, evening stress due to required earlier bedtimes. In order to have children get enough sleep to be able to learn, we would have to put our child to bed at 7 p.m. if they had to be ready to be at school at 7:45 a.m. We often don't get home from work until 6, and this would be impossible for us considering bath, dinner, reading, etc. 3, walking to school in the dark. For the safety of the children, please don't make them walk to school in the dark any more days than absolutely necessary. If you were to switch to a 7:45 a.m. start time, they would need to walk to school in the dark for several months of the year. For these reasons, and probably others I haven't thought of, please, please, please don't start the school days any earlier than 8:45 a.m. Molly Garthwaite. My name is Molly Garthwaite, and I am a first-year English teacher in RPS. I am writing again in hopes that all my questions have time to be read aloud tonight. These questions are concerning the decision to cut our district science and history programs in half in an effort to maintain accreditation, an effort that I see will not only not solve a problem related to test scores in English and math, but more importantly, will hurt and halt our students to whom the district has claimed are deserving of receiving a holistic education. 1, do parents and families know that this plan was trialed this year? Were they ever asked? Have they been informed that this is planned to be adopted across the district in the 21-22 school year? 2, do you have any data that shows that this schedule will work? Does taking away time in history and science and thus adding time to math and English actually yield higher proficiency in those said core subjects? If so, could you please share that data? 3, if this plan does go through, why would a young, capable, excited, culturally responsive educator with a certification in science or history choose to teach an RPS with the looming threat of being leveled each year? 4, if the plan schedule is being implemented with a goal to create interdisciplinary opportunities between English and history and math and science, what adaptations will be made to the directive to adopt, quote, to fidelity, the L and Eureka curriculums to ensure that we are working in true conjunction and collaboration with our history and science teacher colleagues? 5, what message is this sending to our students, community, and teachers? What story are we telling now, specifically the year that will go down in history, the year of a social justice revolution and a global pandemic in which our students were greatly involved and impacted? I do not believe that any educator makes policy ill-intentioned. Lanny Prusilis. I am a parent at Fox School. I would like to keep the current hours for elementary rather than change it to a 7:45 a.m. start. This early time change would make things difficult for our family. We had the start time in Henrico County, and it was difficult to arrange early enough childcare after school, and I teach classes early morning along with getting other children places. Dennis Mallory. This letter is just a follow-up of one of the ones previously submitted to you from the John F. Kennedy High School Alumni Association in regards to the name change request from Armstrong to Armstrong Kennedy High School at 2300 Cool Lane. Taking into consideration that you have been addressing a lot more pressing issues with the virtual learning and plans to rebuild George Wythe High School, we're just hoping that our request does not be totally forgotten. Actually, we are really hoping that you will painstakingly make a decision before the next school year begins. Armstrong's principal, Dr. Willie Bell, has been very supportive in helping us to establish an online monetary donation system for the JFK High School alumni that will benefit the students of Armstrong who are in need of financial help, such as school supplies or senior class dues to pay for caps and gowns, just to name a few. Also, a drive-through drop-off event is scheduled on August 7th, 2021, from 9 a.m. to noon in the school's parking lot, whereas donors will drive to a designated spot, volunteers will unload their vehicles of items such as non-perishable food, school supplies, and monetary donations that will be collected and stored inside the building overseen by Dr. Bell. In closing, we feel that great things can be accomplished for the students with the joining forces of both schools sharing a common goal, which is giving back to the surrounding community, assisting the students to be successful in their endeavors. Thank you for your time and patience in hearing us out. Rachel Woolard. I will not be able to attend the rally on Saturday due to a prior commitment, but I would like to show my support by submitting a public comment. Not only would building a new high school provide much needed resources for our local high schoolers and likely improve test scores and graduation rates, but it would also bring new businesses and homeowners to the area, improving the tax revenue and economic status of the entire region. It would be a huge boon to our entire community. I live just a mile away from George Wythe High School in the Swansboro neighborhood. Thank you for organizing this. Zachary Woolard. Upgraded facilities are a primary driver in recruiting and retaining high-quality teachers. Regrettably, I commute past a deteriorating George Wythe campus every day to teach high school science in Chesterfield County. The state of disrepair at George Wythe was a main consideration in my choosing to teach outside the city. I would much rather be positioned to empower students in my local community. I can actually walk to George Wythe from my home. But the simple truth is that an outdated, underfunded campus sends the message that RPS and the city of Richmond does not prioritize the needs of its students and families. Robin Mines, James Farmer, Stephanie Saccone, Paul Johnston, John Spacek, Libby Germer, Brad Pierce, Anna Danehausen, Audra Gracia, Charlene Williams, Tracy Branch, Rosalind Gibson, Hazel Walker Hobson, Catherine Talley, Sheila Keating, Tara Dickerson, Shanita Shelton, Vincent Bland, Thomas Crawford. We live in the city of Richmond and respectfully request that the school board support the city's proposed compromise on school construction submitted on May 13th. This compromise is a win-win. It provides ample opportunity for the school board to have oversight of school construction while also ensuring that RPS administration, faculty, staff, and students are centered in the school construction process. It also allows for the design and construction process to move forward without delay. This compromise is the best option for our students, and therefore it's the only option the school board should consider. Keisha Langhorn. I have been a homeowner in this neighborhood over 15 years and have seen my family members go to this school. It is time for a new school. Please compromise with the city. Shannon Morton. Please build a new George Wythe High School. That school is an eyesore. Diantha Epps. Please compromise to get George Wythe High School built ASAP. Thank you for your immediate attention on this matter. Robin D. Mines. It is unfortunate that 5 members of this board have chosen to dig in their heels and refuse to even discuss the compromise proposed by the city of Richmond to move forward with the construction of a new Wythe facility. I don't get why this power transfer must happen now, just after the announcement of a new George Wythe being constructed, possibly by 2023. It is unfortunate that only half our school board is focused on our students. I encourage all RPS parents, students who will be eligible to vote, and community to pay close attention at the ballot box in 2024. Let's not just focus there, but let's find persons who will truly represent our children's best interest to get on the ballot for 2024. Students over politics, #WithCan'tWait. And then a second email. We are writing to ask that you reconsider your position on school construction and allow the city to immediately release the RFP for George Wythe High School. Please vote in support of the compromise that was proposed by the mayor and members of the city council on May 13th. This compromise meets the board's concerns for having significant oversight, input, and control over the construction process, while also leveraging the city's resources to manage this and other large construction projects. 190 City of Richmond residents have signed petitions, both electronically and offline, asking that you support this position. An additional 57 friends and alumni have signed the petition as well. Many of our petition signers are neighbors of George Wythe and live in the 5th District, as do I. We know what it would mean to our community and our kids to have a new school. These kids have been waiting too long. These residents expect our school board representative, Stephanie Rizzi, to represent us. Please listen to our collective voice. Some of our supporters include Dolores Lynch, Brittany Hemel, Ronald Hansborough. Richmond residents deserve you to do your jobs and get George Wythe High School built. Audrey G. Brown. It is quite apparent that the children at George Wythe High School are being disregarded and underserved by the conditions that their school is in. I'm sure that you would not be happy if your children attended school in such deplorable shape. I know I would. So can you put your political issues aside and instead work as a team with the city to give those kids what they deserve? Put the kids' welfare and education first. Ann Forrester. My name is Ann Forrester and I am an RPS teacher. I am writing to express my concerns regarding the possible adoption of the proposed science curriculum and the current implementation of Eureka Math and L curriculum. I understand the goal of these curriculums is to improve instruction and student learning. However, the implementation of the current curriculums has been unclear, chaotic, and stressful for teachers and students, and I wonder how the proposed science curriculum will be any different. I ask that the school board and RPS administration address teacher concerns with the existing curriculum if we are to adopt yet another for next school year. I ask that prior to voting on the proposed science curriculum, the board do the following. RPS make available in writing to all teachers and building administrators the expectations for curriculum implementation during evaluations and observations. Create a district-wide policy of flexibility in instruction, pacing, and sequencing to allow teachers to modify the curricula to meet students' needs. This policy should be guided by insights from current teachers working with the curricula. Conduct its own survey on the effectiveness of the implementation of the current adopted curricula for both educators and families. Delay the adoption or at least implementation of any new science curricula until the 22-23 school year to allow for an in-person pilot of these curricula during the 21-22 school year with teacher feedback. Additionally, I think it is important that the correlation between teacher retention and experience with the new curricula be investigated. Elizabeth Waite. Later this evening, you will be introduced to the science curriculum adoption plan. While it is true that as a district, we need a new science curriculum that aligns to the new state science standards, there is no reason why the district should rush to require full implementation of this curriculum this coming year when VDOE has delayed their own full implementation to the 22-23 school year. Myself and numerous other science teachers across the district are asking that you allow us to use the entirety of the upcoming year to familiarize ourselves with and receive training on the new curricula, with no expectations of their full implementation in the classroom until the 22-23 school year. As you consider this request, please keep in mind the following. 1, the original timeline for the rollout was based on the board reviewing and adopting the materials in May so that training could begin before the end of this school year. At this point, we are already a month behind, and it is likely that the district will not be able to acquire the new materials and make them accessible to teachers until July, giving us even less time to prepare. It also still requires teachers to be reviewing the materials on their own during the summer when many are doing summer school in PD or grad school or working other jobs. 2, a successful rollout of these new curricula does not just require teachers to learn to use new resources and materials, but to learn to teach using the 5E method, a method that is radically different from what many currently use, as it is centered on student-led investigation rather than teacher-led instruction, and requires teachers to move from teaching topics in isolation to relating multiple diverse topics to observable scientific phenomena. This is not a method that can be fully understood, let alone mastered, in 3 days of beginning of the year PD, but rather requires Rita Miller. I am offering my support of a compromise between RPS and the Richmond City Council regarding the new construction of George Wythe High School. The students, faculty, and staff deserve to learn and work in the best environment we can provide. This construction should be completed soon than later. The 2027 date is unacceptable. Renee Terrell, thumbs up, new George Wythe. Vivian Hubbard, please accept the compromise for George Wythe High School. Noor Sami, I'm writing to express my concerns regarding the adoption of the proposed science curriculum. I understand the goal of this curriculum is to improve instruction and student learning. However, the implementation of the current curriculums has been unclear, chaotic, and stressful for teachers and students, and I wonder how the proposed science curriculum will be any different. We ask that the district delay the adoption, or at least the implementation of, any new science curricula until the 22-23 school year after it can be tested in person. We ask that RPS make available in writing to all teachers and building administrators the expectations for curriculum implementation, as well as a written policy on flexibility in instruction, pacing, and sequencing to allow teachers to modify the curricula to meet student needs. Jeannie Bowker. Colonialism, as with many theories, is difficult to define in one sentence. However, one defining aspect in many scholarly definitions of colonialism includes the control or subjugation of other people by dominance. In Orientalism, Edward Said maintains that the West's reductionist depiction of the other, in his case, quote, the East, is irrevocably bound up in the self-serving perception of power in imperialist societies. When the administration advocated for the L curriculum last spring, it argued that strengths of the curriculum included representation of authors of diverse backgrounds and texts that explore diverse cultures. See May 8th, 2020 presentation. However, the exposure my children have received to these texts has done nothing more than to perpetuate the colonialist imperialist myth of American hegemony that the people of Richmond protested against last summer. Of course, people across the globe and in this country struggle for access to books and clean water, and I'm glad my children are learning about that. But the rest of the world is much more than desperate people in desperate circumstances willing to be heroic for the chance to read a book or have clean water. Let's not overlook that these books are written by white authors based in the United States and Canada. They are also published by American nonprofit industrial complex, which has its own tarnished and guilty relationship with the new American colonialism. These are not texts from diverse authors discussing diverse backgrounds and cultures. These are reductionist totems that still turn the world into a flat Durkheimian division between us and them, where the us have water and books, and the them are always barefoot in the sand. Andrea Bryant, please approve the new science curricula. I know that some of my colleagues may have reservations about it because of their experiences with L and Eureka, especially in relation to alignment. But in science, there isn't a curriculum that could both provide perfect alignment to the Virginia SOLs for science and help us, teachers, use the best pedagogy to support science education with inquiry, curiosity, and understanding through experiences. It is a lot easier to adjust the alignment of a curriculum than to have teachers adjust their pedagogy to meet the needs of our students. As an 8th grade teacher for physical and earth science and an academic architect, I believe that both curricula will support this adjustment in our overall RPS pedagogy. For the past 7 years, we have not had a clear curriculum to follow beyond the SOL framework, so teachers all over the district were using different materials or have turned science into a class of memorization. Many of our students in middle school and high school are terrified of being wrong and have to be pushed to exhibit the natural curiosity that they lost somewhere along the way. Some of us have reinvented our own teaching strategies and materials every year to improve ourselves, but that is tiring and overwhelming. Those resources can now be used for review, extension, or reinforcement. It would be great to have a clear curriculum that we can all use as a starting point, not as some script that we will have to follow strictly that doesn't meet the needs of our students. Please approve the new science curricula. Thank you. Ingrid Saunders. As a middle school science teacher, the proposed curriculum adoption is very important. If we adopt a standard curriculum, it will benefit our student population. However, it is critical that we train our teachers well before this curriculum is implemented. 2 days before school starts will not be enough time. Based on the reviews I read on the internet, the Amplify curriculum will require teachers to supplement it with their own materials. This is what we are trying to eliminate. Since the Amplify provider has not designed a curriculum around our Virginia standards, we have no way of knowing how well this will suit our needs. Adequate training is of utmost importance so that we as teachers are equipped with the necessary tools and knowledge to provide quality education to our students. Thank you for your time and consideration. Keith Weinstein. My name is Keith Weinstein and I am a property owner in the 5th District with 2 kids at RPS. I'm going to keep this as brief as possible to pinpoint my biggest issue with the board, George Wythe High School. George Wythe High School was built in 1951. That means if you are age 70 or under, it is older than you and has been there your entire life, and it shows. Not all the facelifts in the world can fix the outdated, unsafe floor plan, cracking foundation, and generally unacceptable condition of the building. The crew there do their best to keep it afloat, but the building needs replacing about 15 years ago. I want to talk about how our children deserve better classroom layouts for sciences and arts, deserve to be excited to go to a new building they could be proud of, deserve to use technology from this millennium in the classroom, and deserve teachers that will be reinvigorated and inspired by a better infrastructure. What I have to talk about is how our kids deserve to go to a school without rodents, deserve restrooms with proper ventilation, deserve to have heat and air conditioning in all of the rooms on every day of school, and most of all, deserve to feel the community around them respects them. A school is a reflection of the community around it. It shows the children what we think of them, and right now, I don't believe it is a very good reflection. The school board, if they respect the children at George Wythe, must put aside their petty squabbles and get a new school built ASAP. Attendance would go through the roof. Test scores would skyrocket. That's what's important to the health of our children, not who's going to benefit most, what company paid most to what school board members or another elected official's campaign, or who is getting a new pontoon boat out of this. That can all be brought up after the board passes any resolution that allows the building of the school as originally planned and budgeted, or sooner. The kids can't vote, so you have to. Jenny Agamo. Hello, my name is Jenny Agamo. I live in the 5th District and have 4 girls in RPS. I'm writing to ask the board to please collaborate with the city so a brand new George Wythe can be built by 2024. Before the Cameras administration, I attended a SOS event where a Wythe English teacher and a few of her students were guests at. At the time, I believe each student was a senior and getting ready to graduate. Every student had a chance to talk about what it was like to be a Wythe student. They each had the same story. They said they felt as though the community must not have cared about them because why else would they have had so many broken desks or so little resources? Why was it that instead of getting new things, they got hand-me-downs from Huguenot after it had been rebuilt? Each student believed that if the school district would have treated Wythe like the other schools, students would have cared more, therefore tried to do better. It's hard to believe that 6 years later, we are still having this conversation. Of course, those particular students are long gone, but the same sentiment is still there. Let's finally do right by these children and build a school that they can be proud of. Every student is deserving of that. Meredith Dash. As a local environmental educator who works with Richmond Public Schools, I am in support of adopting both new science curricula, Amplify for K-8 and Savas for high school. I bring projects and funding to the district that empowers teachers and students to protect the James River. I offer them tools and knowledge to make decisions about environmental issues. In our city, these decisions are intertwined with social injustices, so having appropriate science curricula is one method to helping RPS students understand their world. Environmental decisions also require the skills of inquiry, analysis, and critical thinking, which are at the core of Amplify and Savas. Both curricula will provide a strong foundation for our young people to understand the science behind environmental issues so they may create more climate resilient communities for themselves. I strongly encourage you to adopt the new science curriculum. Jamie Weinstein, thank you for all your hard work this year. It has been hard, but RPS has done well with supporting the needs of my 2 children, and I hope many other parents feel this way. Michelle Hudasco was instrumental in helping with my son last summer and getting me to Renisha Parks and the right folks. She also helped a student of mine in a name change that was done within 24 hours. I can't imagine the comfort that brought that student, and I'm so proud to work in a progressive school district. Jason Cameras is quick with words of encouragement for teachers and parents. School board members have had or attended numerous community meetings, and I think we can all agree that we are here for our children, as well as the greater number of children and students in RPS, and we want to see them succeed. Part of this is showing them that we care. Part of care is providing them with a safe environment with continuity of quality adults. I'm very sad to see Dr. Pisani leave. This is the 3rd principal I've lost in 6 years of teaching in RPS. Another piece of caring is showing them that we care about the physical environment in which they attend school. I believe that school boards can and should build schools. However, the resolution that the school board voted on, and it has been debated as to how much community involvement there was in that decision, has the untimely effect of delaying the rebuild of George Wythe High School. I urge the school board allows the city to continue with the rebuild, and if a resolution cannot be met, I encourage the city council to issue the RFP anyway. Of the roughly 1,000 to 1,300 students that attend George Wythe High School, many of them funnel in from the 8th and 9th districts. I believe Councilman Jones said that roughly 200 students at George Wythe come from the 5th district, the district the school is in. That's a number we need to see increase. We need to address having and keeping quality teachers and programs as well.
Time.
Monty Davidson. The current school board is to be commended for asking questions and trying to steer RPS in the right direction. However, several times the focus seems to be lost in discussions. The following question appeared in an earlier email and still has not been addressed. Was the updated draft 21-22 school year calendar approved? The approval, except for holidays, is not in the board meeting notes or on the website as of June 6, 2021. And with this year's extended 2021 summer program, you essentially have agreed to a year-round calendar, even though the consensus was to wait until 22-23. Excuse me. The calendar could be shortened by moving parent-teacher conference days to the afternoon and evening. What calendar has been given to current employees and future hires? Your earlier meetings included a discussion of why it needed to be developed early, and yet here we are in June without a published calendar. Once again, the community is calling for a resolution to the building of George Wythe High School. Is anyone listening? Top priority needs to be to work with the mayor and Richmond City Council to build the new high school by 2024. This should not be a responsibility of the school board and administration, so accept the mayor's proposal and move ahead with a partnership to do the right thing. Let the superintendent and his staff concentrate on taking steps to have a successful 21-22 school year. Has the school board received a status report on the summer program? Thank you for your diligence and support of RPS. Caitlin Waldron. Graduation. Will there ever be a teacher section for teachers who have their ID to sit? Each community is very close. High school students are still close with middle school teachers and sometimes elementary school teachers. There has never been a specific section for kids to sit in, unlike many surrounding counties. Can this change? We love to watch our kids succeed. Also, is there any plan to increase parking at River City Middle School? At this point, it's looking like we will need to ask local businesses if we can park on their property and beg them not to tow our cars. Please look into graduation and parking situation. No one wants to play Hunger Games before work. Catherine Shearer. My name is Catherine Shearer, and I am a 4th grade teacher who taught science this year using the new 2018 science standards. I am very concerned about the proposed science curriculum for K-8 Amplify. It is not aligned to the grade 4 2018 science SOLs and will need significant adjustments made to be aligned. I know that the academic architects and the science team work hard, but from the amount of alignment that needs to be done for 4th grade alone, I don't see it being completed before the school year starts. Because of this, if Amplify is improved, I strongly urge you to wait until the 22-23 school year for the implementation of Amplify in our classrooms. According to the VDOE's timeline, the 21-22 school year is a crosswalk year between the 2010 and 2018 standards, and therefore districts should be preparing curriculums for full implementation of the 2018 standards for the 22-23 school year. With how hard our teachers, academic architects, and other staff work this year to make virtual happen, I don't think it's a fair ask of us to align and learn an entirely new curriculum prior to September, especially when we are still aligning L and Eureka. We should be preparing ourselves for addressing the effects of the pandemic in the fall. Derek Hambray. I would like to leave a public comment in regards to the discussion about purchasing and adopting a new science curriculum. As a science educator for the past 9 years in Richmond City Public Schools, I would like to urge the school board to purchase and adopt the science curriculum proposed by Mr. Bierman. Scientific curriculum improves student learning. Our students deserve a high-quality curriculum that will ensure our teachers are able to deliver rigorous, consistent, and scientifically supported instruction. Tara McCrone. I'm writing to share my thoughts about the adoption of the new science curriculum. I am in support of this curriculum. Any teacher that has experienced teaching science during a testing year knows that students are falling farther and farther behind in their scientific thinking skills. This gap is not the fault of teachers who are barely given time to teach science and rarely any professional development opportunity to keep up with best practices in the science classroom. It is vital now more than ever that we adopt a curriculum that supports teachers and students with lessons that do not just teach students scientific fact and vocabulary recall, but authentic application of scientific knowledge. In addition, I hope the district, school board, and school administrators allow teachers the grace and time to learn the current best practices in the science classroom. Because while this curriculum is a step in the right direction, it is not a silver bullet. If the school board, district, and school administrators continue to place science and social studies on the back burner and do not provide teachers with equitable training and resources to reading and math, the skill gap will continue to grow. Please do the right thing, allow the adoption of this curriculum, as well as setting aside the proper training and resources teachers will need to implement it. Thank you. Nick Sapola. Please support the new science curriculum being discussed tonight. Having a unified curriculum for science will allow for better collaboration within the district and allow RPS to beef up its science ranking in state standings. I encourage a vote for the chosen curriculum after exploring it as a middle school science teacher, especially because voting today will allow for a longer, more successful training period for teachers. Nina Lewis Ford. Last summer, during the uprising for Black Lives, community members reasserted the long overdue need to remove police from our schools. Since then, overhauling the ways we teach and handle school business have been the priority due to COVID. Now that we have our sights set on reopening in the fall in person, the issue of ending policing in schools must be reprioritized. Are we going to continue with business as usual, or will we take this moment to envision something different, something better for our kids? I'm asking that we end the MOU with our local police department, just as Charlottesville and Alexandria have done. I am asking that we imagine what safety and security could look like without subjecting our young people to policing in their places of learning. I am asking that we do it now. Rachel Ruffner. I am a 6th grade science teacher at River City Middle School who is asking you to fully support Mr. Bierman in his proposal for selected curriculum providers, Amplify Science for middle school and Savas for high school. Amplify Science has amazing potential for our middle school students to engage in science through exploration and hands-on projects that solidifies their understanding of Virginia's standards. It allows room for educators to bring higher level thinking around problem solving, a skill set our students continually need to strengthen. Having the same curriculum across the city is what our students need if we want to continue focusing on equity in education. This will also allow teachers across the city to be more aligned with pacing curriculum evenly to all students in our schools. Please vote to approve Amplify Science and Savas for our Richmond City student scientists and educators. And that concludes the comments.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tedesco and Attorney Lilly. Thank you to all persons that took the time to share their thoughts and concerns with us. Thank you so very much. We'll now move forward to number 4, Dreams for RPS update, which will be graduation, goal number 2 in our Dreams for RPS.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, and Superintendent Camrus. It is my pleasure to provide you an update with our graduation progress. Since we last spoke, I am pleased to share with you that our numbers continue to look very promising. We have with the exception of 2 schools with a very small aberration, all schools are looking to have a positive change for dropout rate. That positive change continues for dropout rate across all subgroups. And you'll notice some particularly high changes among our students with disabilities and English learners. When we look at our on-time graduation rate, this is projected. Again, similarly across the board with just a small aberration at 2 schools. Overall, we see a significant increase, a double digit across the district, as well as at both George Wythe and Huguenot in on-time graduation. And that positive trend continues for all subgroups, with all but one having a double digit increase in projected on-time graduation rate by subgroup. While these numbers are not official, we do feel that these are reflective based on our conversations with schools and counselors and principals. And as we head into the summer school season and graduation season, these numbers will be validated by the end of summer and official by hopefully early September.
Thank you very much, Dr. Epp. Are there any questions? Please put them in the chat, your name in the chat, and Mr. Young, Vice Chair, will call upon you.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Muhammad, and then Ms. Dawn Page.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Epp, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. This is a procedural question with my math mind. You have numbers in green that are negative, and then you have numbers that are positive in red. And when you think of a number line, numbers to the left of 0, numbers to the right of 0. So, and then you have on several slides, you went total opposite. You went the same color, green, but now they're positive. So I'm not understanding how to read, and you just moved. I don't know where you went, but okay, thank you. I don't know how to read these numbers because I'm not, when I see a negative 4.8, is that supposed to be something great? Is that, I mean, in the math world, it's not, it's negative. That means we're decreasing, we're not moving, something is happening. But then I see a +2 in red. And so when I was reviewing the report over the weekend, I was just really confused as to what it represents. So for me, and I may be missing something, and for the public, if I am, I apologize. But in my mind, in a math world, a negative number means red, a positive number means green. So can you just quickly give us an explanation as to why those numbers are the way they are, color-coded, how they're color-coded? And then the next slide or two, you have numbers in green that are positive.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And
Sure.
I totally can see I can totally understand your point when we think about negative and positive numbers. We report this data the same exact way the state reports our data. And in a nutshell, in the case of dropout rate, we want less. So we want a lower dropout rate. So we want to see a negative change. We want to see those numbers going down in the case of dropout, which is why they're green. And to your point, this is exactly why we color coded them, because in the case of dropout, a negative number is actually positive because it tells us that we are, our projected number of dropout for 2021 is lower than our projected dropout for 1920. Whereas for on-time graduation, we want to see that go in the inverse. So we want to see that go up. So the green for on-time graduation is a positive when the projected 2021 rate is higher than the 1920. And so that's why we use the color coding, because a negative and the dropout rate is good, and a positive and the on-time graduation rate is good.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. Thank you so very much for that, and for the public to hear that. I would just recommend, and this is a recommendation, okay,
Sure.
that when you work with the counselors, when you put all this information together, like the principals know, your building administrators know, your guidance counselors know, but we can't assume that every teacher knows and every person in the public knows what you just shared with us, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we want to make sure that we can have a short explanation, and no way am I asking you, Dr. Ep, to write a dissertation about
Sure.
what you just shared, but it just helps with people who do not do what we do every day to say, okay, we actually want to go in the reverse to have our numbers look better. So thank you so very much for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Any, Ms. Page?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Elp, for this information. So my question is, so in my math mind, what has attributed to the change with open and Thomas Jefferson?
So great question. Thank you, Ms. Page. With open, we have such a small student body that one individual student who has made a very personal decision about their future. And Principal Clary has been very intentional and taught. We know exactly who this student is. So in the case of open, there's one student that moves the needle that much. And similarly, in the case of Thomas Jefferson, we see the same thing. They already had a pretty small dropout rate. And so once you start to get to low dropout rates, small changes can make a big difference. So I would say that still over the last 2 years, we've gone from over 8% at TJ to just over 3%. And so we're still pretty happy with that number. Of course, we want it to be, 0 across the board.
Right.
But I would say this is where the year-over-year change may not be as important as the bottom line number. Whereas if you're comparing a school like, say, George Wythe or Huguenot that has a pretty far way to go, we want to acknowledge their year-over-year progress.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. White.
All right, Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening to all. Dr. Epps, I have a question. Looking at, speaking of George Wythe, seems to be a hot topic for building a school. Can you elaborate and tell me, I'm looking at their numbers as far as dropouts and on-time graduation, what is causing that to that fluctuation at that school, and what is being done to get their numbers up?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. White. So at George Wythe, our team there has put a lot of work over the last couple of years. I think it's important to note that while we've done a lot of work this year in particular, our graduation data that we're seeing and the progress we're seeing is a result of several years of changes, starting back with adjusting our course offerings for students who are English language learners. So at George Wythe and Huguenot, several years ago, we found that students were being enrolled in courses in their 9th and 10th grade year that did not count towards graduation. So we stopped that practice and put in place a set of different courses that did allow them to progress to graduation. We also added several different alternative programs, particularly for our students who are English learners, students who might be newcomers to the country, who have not been in formal school for quite some time, but they're kind of thrust right into high school. The Newcomer Academy is housed at George Wythe. Second, we added the Conganus Academy, which is for our Latino students and English language learners who are over age but undercredited. So they might have transferred here from their home country and might be, say, 16, but only have 2 credits. Well, for a student facing that situation, a traditional, school year doesn't really work for them. So the Conganus Academy helps there. And then the third thing, last year, we began the Secondary Success Center, which takes students who've dropped out, and we go and recover them and help them get the remaining credits they need for graduation. And then lastly, the targeted outreach that our counselors and teachers and staff and leadership at Wythe, as well as our engagement team and our family liaisons, they go out almost daily to try to find students who have dropped out or who haven't been coming, to pull them back and help them find a program that's going to help them complete high school.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Madam Chair, you are up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Young. I just would like to say thank you, Dr. F, as I think back, a flashback per se, throwback thought, seeing at one time how Armstrong, George Wythe, and Huguenot fared. This is great news. So I am very pleased to see with Armstrong, at one time we were rolling tears, but to see their dropout rate has just diminished greatly. And George Wythe has just taken it over the top, minus 17.6%. That's just, I can't snap this finger back and snap this one. That's just over the top. And also with Huguenot from 28%, now they only have 12.6%, which still isn't perfect, but to see that much gain from minus 17.6 to minus 16.3, we have no other place to go but up. So the Department of Engagement, the teachers, the ambassadors, everyone, thank you so very much. It goes to show what we do when we do best together. So congratulations to all of our schools. And thinking about the numbers in comparison to the percentages, this is worth celebrating. So thank you, Dr. F, job well done. I'm glad that Armstrong moved to at one time 28%. Now we're all the way down to 13.1%. That's what I'm talking about. That's true teamwork. So thank you. I salute you. Job well done. Keep it going.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Young, comments?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you again. We're now ready to move forward to board action items. Board action item 5.01, receive for action the personnel actions. Ms. Lee.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Talent Office brings forth the following personnel actions for the board's consideration this evening. The nomination of 38 employees, the change of contract of 48 employees, the resignation of 46 employees, the furlough of 7 employees, the returning from leave of 6 employees, the retirement of 19 employees, and the termination of 6 employees. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions, concerns, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I see a question from Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, I have a few questions, and would you like for me to give them all to you at one time or one at a time? How would you like that done?
Sure, one at a time would be great. Thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
awesome.
Harris Mohammed.
Sure. Thank you. What is the policy, procedure, and process of moving teachers within the district?
So, Dr. Harris Mohammed, is that referring to the leveling process?
Possibly can.
Okay, so during the spring, we project student enrollment and review school schedules to determine the number of FTEs allocated for the schools against the VDOE's standards of quality class size ratios. And so we try to do our very best to staff schools according to school needs, as well as VDOE's SQs. So we work with the school's office, the school principals and staff to make changes as necessary.
Thank you. How do you communicate that?
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
please excuse me. Right now, we can address that. Questions regarding personnel. Right now, we're trying to adopt the actions, but any other questions regarding personnel, we can't address that. I just asked that we do that during open agenda.
So
right now, your questions, if they pertain to this particular document, we can do that under open agenda. One moment, or it can be new business if you like. So that can go under one moment. So if you would hold your questions there, it's near the end. If they're new business, number 11, because there would be new business, but right now we need to address what's before us, the document before us. So if you'd be so kind to remind me when we get to number 11 that you have questions pertaining to personnel, and then we can address that during that time if you'd be so kind. If you have any other questions addressing the document before you, I greatly would appreciate it. Thank you.
I do, but I'll wait till number 11.
Okay. Do you have any questions regarding this document?
I do, but I'll wait till number 11.
No, if it's addressing this document, or either we may need to go into close. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am, we will. We're scheduled to go into close. Yep.
We were only going to go into close if we had a concern with.
A concern about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Asking if we have a concern, we can go into close, but right now we need to have a motion to either accept or not accept this action. But so if you have a question regarding this item, please.
I do. I think it's borderline closed, but I'm gonna try to reach out to Attorney Lilly during the meeting just to ask.
Excellent.
But I can make the motion so we can move on.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sure. Are you ready for the motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I move that we accept the human resources agenda presented by the Talents Office as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Mohammed. Is there a second in the chat, Mr. Young?
Not as of yet, Madam Chair, but I do want to acknowledge subsequent, presumably a second. There is a question from Ms.
Cut off on me.
There is a second from Ms. Jones.
From Ms. Jones. All right, it's been moved by Dr. Harris Mohammed and seconded by Ms. Jones to accept the personnel actions. Are you ready to vote?
And I'm sorry.
Attorney Lilly?
There is a question from Ms. White.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought Ms. White got it. Ms. White, okay. Before we vote, your question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Lee, the question with the nominations, I heard you had a number. What was that, 46? What was the nomination, your first one?
The nomination of 38 employees, ma'am.
Was that nomination due to transferring, or was this vacancies?
These are new hires, ma'am.
They're new hires, okay. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Lee.
you, Ms. White. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Young, any other questions before we vote?
No, ma'am.
All right, Attorney Lilly?
Motion made by Dr. Harris Mohammed, seconded by Ms. Jones. Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Can't hear you,
Ms.
Ms.
White.
White. You're on mute.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gibson,
Abstain?
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0. Thank you so very much, everyone. Let's move forward to subject number 5.02, receive for action a contract over $250,000 for interpretation services.
Good evening, Chairwoman Burke, Vice Chair Young, board members, and Superintendent Cameras. Tonight, I have 3 contracts for your approval for our division's language support services. As you'll see here, we currently provide several types of interpretation and translation services, and we're committed to continuing to innovate in this area to better serve our English language families. In addition to the contracts before you tonight, we are also internally implementing a new language support service request system to streamline and centralize our service requests and scheduling processes. You'll see here our selection process. We are excited to continue with 2 of our existing vendors, C&M and ZAB, and we will begin a new relationship with one vendor, Synchro's Language Solutions. They will be our primary interpretation vendor, servicing all phone-based and virtual interpretation, as well as providing on-site services. We are particularly excited about their L call-in line that will provide us with trained interpreters that our L families can connect directly with. Now, for the past year, the Office of Engagement has been maintaining our family support line where we had bilingual staff to assist our Spanish-speaking families. Through this new partnership with Synchros, we will now have additional capacity to take more calls for our families in any language. Thank you and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Excuse me, Dr. Sade Harris. Thank you so very much. Mr. Young, do we have any comments or questions?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. White.
Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Yes, Dr. Harris. My question is, good job with the multiple awards, because I see that is greatly needed in the RPS. But how do we ensure that each vendor is going to get equal work? Or is there an order of precedence if one vendor is not available? How do we go to the next vendor?
So certain, great question. Some of our vendors have specific focus areas. So for example, our ZAB vendor really focuses on just written translation, where C&M vendors who've been with us for several years, they specialize in on-site and do a lot of our IEP meetings. So with the new process I talked about, that will really help schools and leaders identify what type of service will then match them with the most appropriate vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right, if there aren't any other questions regarding that, are we ready to vote? Dr. Harris Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I move that we accept the contract presented by Dr. Harris for interpretation services.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I need to remove the word accept to approve.
You want to restate
Yes,
that?
ma'am. The word needs to be approved. I move that we approve the contract for interpretation services presented by Dr. Harris.
Exactly right. Thank you so much. So it was moved by Dr. Harris Mohammed, and seconded by Mrs. White to approve. Are we ready to vote? Any questions, discussion? Mr. Young?
None whatsoever.
All right, Attorney Lilly, the floor is yours.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so very much. Let's move forward to 5.03, receive for action the second read of revisions to policy 3-3.4 purchasing.
I can take this evening because Alana is not available. We received no feedback from board members regarding the small addition to our purchasing policy to include permissions around the P card, and therefore we ask for your approval of the updated policy this evening.
Thank you. Any questions or comments, Mr. Young?
Not as of yet. Oh, wait, actually, I see a question from Ms. White and then subsequent questions. I believe Ms. Page is prepared to make a motion.
All right, Ms. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Hudesco, on the P card, I do have a question. What is the threshold or spending amount for the P card? And will we get a report on the spending? And if so, how often would the board get a report?
Those are good questions. Hold on. Sorry, I do not have that exact answer, but I will have it, I am sure, in 2 minutes. And yes, it is board policy to report out on the RPS credit cards. So Ms. Lilly, I'm not sure if you know off the top of your head the frequency with which the credit card report is due to the board, but that is a policy. And if you don't know off the top of your head, not that you should, I'm happy to look that up as well. And I've texted our executive director. She's saying she believes the school's threshold is 2,500, but she's going to check. So I apologize, I can't give you an exact number on that, but I can certainly look back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. White. You said Ms. Page is next, Mr. Young?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Yes, so I move to approve for action the second read of revisions to policy 3-3.4.
And is there a second, Mr. Young?
Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Thank you. It's been moved by Ms. Page and seconded by Dr. Harris Mohammed to approve 5.03 on purchasing. Are we ready to vote? Discussion? If none, Attorney Lilly, we're ready.
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Let's move forward to 5.04. Receive for action the second read of revisions to policy 7-7.6 holidays.
Thank you. We did not receive any feedback from board members regarding the updated holiday policy. In summary, this brings into alignment 12-month employees' holidays in most cases per the board's school-based approved calendar. And then just to address a comment from the also the public comments, with the board's approval tonight, we will publish the calendar. We just wanted to make sure that the 12-month employee indicators were accurate. And then the final note that I do want to make about this policy is that you'll note that when a holiday falls on a Saturday, it will be observed on Friday. And if it falls on Sunday, it will be observed on Monday. With the board's adoption of this policy tonight, that will also formally indicate your approval of moving our observance of Juneteenth from Monday the 21st to Friday the 18th. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And I greatly appreciate seeing this in red to be able to distinguish the difference. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A lot of people are very pleased to see our recognition of these holidays. I think it's great. It's most inclusive. Are there any questions or comments, Mr. Young?
I don't see any inquiries or comments, but I do see a.
All right, and it's from
Dr. Harris Muhammad, and then Ms.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, if you would motion, and then Ms. Page, if you would second.
Yes. Thank you. I move that we approve the revisions to policy 7-7.6.
And seconded by?
Again.
Thank you, Ms. Page. It's been moved by Dr. Harris Muhammad and properly seconded by Mrs. Page to accept the policy on holiday 7-7.6. Are we ready to vote? Any discussion? If not, Attorney Lilly?
Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
very much. Thank you all so much. Next item is 5.05, receive for action board travel and district activity requests. First of all, colleagues, thank you so very much. We know that the budget year ends July 1st, and everybody was trying to get their requests in for their schools and organizations, and I thank you so much. Ms. Hadasco, I thank you for gathering all of the requests. We can do this two ways. Normally, the clerk would read them off, permission to attend, first or second, and then activity funds. And then we vote on each in full groups. So I don't know whether you're prepared to do that or whether I need to go from district to district. Are you prepared? I know you received them. And Ms. Clark is watching us. So she'll know as we move forward what the process is.
In this case, just because I prefer if we could just go district by district, that way in case a board member had not yet submitted their form, we can still move forward with that, and then we can collect the form after tonight's meeting.
I'm going to need to collect the form.
Yes.
Tomorrow is fine, but I do want that paper trail of documentation in place. So I believe, I just know of one person that had a problem with the technology piece, and she was kind enough to write it up on her own. But so this is what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to ask for permission to attend. First district, do you have a permission to attend form?
No.
Second district?
No.
Third district?
No.
Fourth district? Fourth district?
Sorry, that was no.
Fifth district? Fifth district? Permission to attend?
No.
Okay. You submitted you submitted a receipt from something you attended. That's what you did, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sixth district, anyone? Permission to attend? Sixth district?
No permission to attend. No permission to attend.
Thank you. Seventh district? No. Eighth district?
No.
Ninth district?
No.
All right, no one's going to conferences at this time. Thank you so much. Activity funds. First district, what do you have?
I need a minute. Can you come back to me?
I sure will. Second district?
Yes, I do have several.
Yes, and thank you for submitting those in advance.
You want me to go ahead and say what I have?
Yes, ma'am.
I have 3 for each one of my schools. One for George Washington Carver in the amount of 1,000. One for the alternative school in the amount of 1,000. For William Fox in the amount of 1,000. For teachers and staff incentives for the end of the year. Did a great job in this pandemic. And that's about it, just 3.
So your total is 3,000?
3,000, all 3. Yes.
Thank you very much. We're going to go on all of them and then we'll make one vote. Thank you, Mrs. White. District 3, I know you had some as well. Would you read yours?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I submitted $585 for John Marshall. And I submitted $4,000 for the Legal Aid Justice Center for their work on addressing the school to prison pipeline in support of Black Lives Matter.
So your total is?
$4,585.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we're straight. Fourth district?
None to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Fifth district?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I submitted $2,000 for Swansboro Elementary School to get new televisions. And then $2,000 to George Wythe High School for field day t-shirts and food for their field day.
And your total is?
$4,000.
4,000. Thank you very much. Sixth district?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I submitted. Yes, ma'am. I submitted a district request form to support Overby Shepherd Elementary School, Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, and also the pre-K, MLK preschool for their end of year activities for their staff, end of year activities for their staff who's retiring, end of year activities for their students, and to support also any additional things they may need to support the activities that they shared with me thus far.
And
in the amount, I believe, of 703, I believe.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, times 3. I was going to say, where's the rest of your money? So
I took what I had and divided it by each school.
Excellent. Got it. Got it. So it's over $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. 7th district, I only have $25 left, so no, my money is spent. 8th district.
Yes, I have $385 left, and I am requesting for partial payment for So Ice to attend the district community conversation meeting with my colleague Nicole Jones from the 9th district.
All right, Ms. Southside, thank you very much.
Thank you.
9th district, Nicole, Ms. Jones, excuse me.
Thank you. I have a request for $650 for each of my schools for school incentives and end of the year initiatives. And do you want me to name the school?
Yeah, always shout them out. Yes.
Okay, yes. So it's Red Elementary, Reed Elementary, River City Middle, J.L. Francis Elementary, Miles Jones Elementary, and Cardinal Elementary. And then I have additional requests for $120 for Soul Ice to offset the costs shared with Ms. Page for our 8th and 9th district community conversation on Wednesday, June 9th.
Thank you so very much, colleagues, because I know some of you all were able to sign off on your forms. And if this is approved tonight, I am going to meet with Ms. Clark and sign off on your forms, my signature of approval based upon tonight. And we'll talk about something in the future regarding how, when we are in this situation, in terms of getting our signatures otherwise. But right now, if there isn't any other discussion or questions,
I'm
thank
ready.
you.
I'm ready.
Okay, Liz Dorr, I have nothing there for you. And
sorry, I was pulling it myself. Yes, I have 500 for John B. Kerry in support of walkability measures, 1,500 to Albert Hill, and 2,085 to TJ.
For the purpose of same thing?
To Hill and to TJ, they're just to the PTAs.
Okay, to the PTAs. I'm sorry to hear that. So we have everyone in place. Districts 1 through 9 have responded. We can now receive a motion, if there isn't any other discussion, to receive
Madam Chair, Ms. Lilly did request you to address the group, and subsequent that I see a motion from Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Okay, Ms. Lilly?
Two things tonight on this particular issue. First, because we're taking the request at the meeting when the normal process per the policy is to proceed 21 days prior to and have the forms submitted to the clerk, et cetera. You would need to first have a vote to suspend your policy on that, which is, someone can make that motion and move forward. And then second, with the exception of the donations to the schools, because this is the first I'm hearing of a couple of these, I would like an opportunity to just confirm that since the school funds are supposed to be used for school use, that the donation to the Legal Aid Justice Center and to Soul Ice are appropriate uses for these funds. So that's the only question. And I guess at this point, I would suggest that you approve them pending that for those two. But those are the two comments that I'd like to lift for consideration tonight. First, the suspension of the policy, because you're doing these en masse and that's not your policy. So that's on the record. And that for the Legal Aid Justice Center and for the Soul Ice, I have an opportunity to confirm that those are appropriate uses for funds.
Well, Soul Ice is a vendor listed for Richmond Public Schools.
Well, as I indicated, I wasn't sure this is the first I'm hearing of it, so I didn't want to.
Okay.
I didn't keep track of the district activity parts. I don't know what Soul Ice is, but again, those were the two that jumped out at me tonight for that. But again, the way that I would remedy it is to, I knew we're in a crunch, you can approve them pending confirmation of those two, and suspend your policy in one vote, and then approve the district activity request as presented tonight, pending confirmation of the two, and you can move forward that way.
So when you state to pending your research on that, so we'll have to wait until the next meeting?
No, I guess my suggestion would be you can approve, and if it's determined that that's an appropriate use of funds, then it will move forward without it having to come back before the body.
Okay, and I understand what you're stating regarding funds for our schools that are so in need of support. Thank you, Ms. Lilly. So is there anyone that would like to make a motion? The first one to suspend, as she stated. We probably will need you to put that in the chat, Ms. Lilly, so that we have that documented correctly.
I believe Ms. Dorr has already put the language in the chat regarding both issues.
Okay, Ms. Dorr, would you like to motion the first piece per se?
And I believe Dr. Harris Mohammed has seconded it as well. So I vote to suspend the policy to vote for district activity requests.
And it's seconded by?
Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Dr. Harris Mohammed. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So are we ready to vote on suspending the policy? Any questions or discussion? Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Lilly, please proceed.
On the suspension of policy, Ms. Dorr,
Yes.
Ms. White,
Yes.
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young, excuse me,
Abstain.
Ms. Rizzi,
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Lilly, for
Yes,
the next piece coming up, do we go person by person then? Because of the two pending, and the reason I'm asking is I'm in full favor of our schools. This is my personal position. Schools being supported financially, or organizations, PTAs or whatever. But I am concerned with and I want to make sure legally on my part that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And I'm not in favor of third district's request for the 4,000 for that. So what I would like to ask is it best that we do this district by district? Or is it best that we do this collectively across the board? Because I don't want to vote against, I don't have anything on the plate tonight, but I don't want to vote against a board member stating to cover activities for the students at the end of the year, or PTAs, or field day, or teacher incentives, books, TVs. But I am concerned. So my question to you is, legally, can we split this up district by district, which it may pass? I'm just not in favor of that one. But I don't want to vote no, knowing that to stop others for that, and that's my personal position.
Ms. Dorr has, and what I was suggesting is that, and Ms. Dorr has a motion in it that I think would address it. I motion to approve all district activity requests as presented pending final legal approval. And what that will do would allow me to, again, my concern is the two that are non-school based, those can move forward. But the two that I cite, legal aid and Soul Ice, I would need to review. And if those are appropriate uses of funds, then if there's a yes vote to this, then they would move forward without it. If you wish to pull them out, I'm just trying to make it, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible with addressing my concern with you all wanting to move forward in the time frame that you have. So there is a motion. I know Ms. Dorr has not said it, but there is a motion in the chat box that I think addresses it, and a second as well. And so, if you wish to entertain those, however it's addressed from that point, I'll end my comments there.
All right, Mr. Young, is there anything else before we move forward with Ms. Dorr's motion?
Then Dr. Harris Muhammad have requested the opportunity to address, and I'm sorry, and Ms. White has a question. So
right.
Ms. Gibson, Ms. Page, Dr. Harris Muhammad, and Ms. White.
Ms. Gibson, Ms. Page, Dr. Harris Muhammad, and Ms. White, correct? Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I feel very strongly about the importance of the work that Legal Aid Justice Center has done, just as I felt very strongly about the work that RISE does. So last year, I donated a good portion of my district funds to the work of RISE, who has done substantial work in their focus on addressing the school to prison pipeline. And the work of LAGC is incredibly important. They have provided significant research and legal guidance as it pertains to the district's equity concerns that we as a board have stated an interest in addressing. And there is a legal, lawsuit pending that work. But I mean, they've identified the fact that there is a very high percentage of students with disabilities that have been suspended, and because of their work, I know that as we were looking at SCORE, we looked to them as experts in making revisions to that document. So I want to note, it does give me some pause that this organization may be singled out. The optics look like perhaps because there is a pending lawsuit that kind of pushing back on this donation. And so I hope that is not what's happening. This is a donation to an organization, as I've done in the past, and their work is very important, benefiting students throughout the district. Again, as we've talked about many critical issues, we've looked to them for guidance. And so I hope that we're able to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
May I just respond briefly to that?
Yes, Ms. Lilly.
I just thank you for reminding me of the litigation, Ms. Gibson. That was not even in my mind when I raised the concern. Certainly year to year, we do need to do our due diligence. And last year rules may not have been in place, but as time goes on and more scrutiny is given to different donations and such, it doesn't preclude us from what we did last year, doesn't prohibit us or preclude us from taking a second look at any donations that are non-school based. And so, as I pointed out, Legal Aid Justice Center and Soul Ice tonight, I was not singling out any one entity, but those two fall into the category of non-school based. And I think we need to do due diligence so that none of us on here, including yourself or any of the board members, are accused of any type of malfeasance. So that's all I'm trying to save the board from. So if you can help, let me do my due diligence in that. And the lawsuit being, again, was not in my forefront at all. That is another concern, but that's neither here nor there at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly. Ms. Page?
Yes. Thank you, Attorney Lilly, for your legal opinion. So I was under the impression, because So Ice is on the approved vendor list, and this event is a school community event. So
understood, but again, to save the time tonight, I just need to do diligence behind the scenes since these are being presented today.
Okay, that's fine. So you'll get back with your opinion on that?
Yes, I will follow up during the next meeting on what has happened. Again, if you move forward and approve the district activity request pending final approval, the only two that I had issue with were the two that I mentioned. And if the motion moves forward as stated by Ms. Dorr in the chat, and it is approved, if there are no issues, then both will move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. I have two clarifying procedural questions, Ms. Lilly. The policy number, if you don't mind, and then also with the joint request or the request by the 8th and the 9th, which is working together, will they have, you reviewing it, will they have time? I believe I heard it, their meeting is June the 9th. Will you have a response by June the 9th? And if not, if they so choose to purchase, make a personal purchase, will we be able to approve their receipts? I just want to make sure that, time is of the essence.
Thank you.
Yeah. Given that it's the 9th, I will have to certainly respond and in that time frame. And if not, then your second question, the answer would be yes.
To my second question,
I'm
would
sorry,
be yes.
I'm sorry. Your first question was about the policy number. And so
Yes.
the policy number is 1-2.4.
Okay.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I'm sorry. Hold on for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
Also the compensation and expenses policy 1-2.5.
Okay.
And the district activity expenses, yes, there is a definition of what constitutes district activity expenses, et cetera. So that policy is what controls 1-2.5.
And 1-2.4.
1-2.4 is your orientation and professional development activities. So that's more with respect with your trainings and such. The compensation and expenses talk more about your district activity funds and your constituent services expenses.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good question. Mr. Young, anyone else listed? I didn't write down the next name after Dr. Harris Muhammad.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm so sorry. I just want to make sure we did hear the attorney say if they submitted the representatives from the 8th and the 9th submitted receipts, if she did not come back with a response, we would be able to approve their receipts for reimbursement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who was after Dr. Harris
Madam
Muhammad?
Chair.
Good? All right.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am. I was
Young?
apologizing for interrupting you.
No problem. Thank you. Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Miss White, then Miss Dorr, then Miss Page, then Miss Rizzi.
Ms. White, Ms. Dorr, Ms. Page, then Ms. Rizzi.
Correct.
Got it? Thank you. Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question, Ms. Lilly, because I don't want to be confused this. You said school-based activities, correct? And I think Ms. Gibson was saying something about, I kind of got a little lost, but I think she said something about support students. Wouldn't school-based activities involve supporting students' educational and development? Based on who she wants to donate to?
Generally, yes, but the question still remains, and so I would still have to review it.
Right. Like,
So excuse me, I'm still trying to ask my question. So will we still vote on this since you still have to look it up, or should we just come back to it next week?
Well, I've given I've given an option, a path forward, if you would like to move forward tonight. If you would like to simply pull those two, then we can deal with that when we come back on the 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Dorr?
Oh, did he eat?
Ms. Jones, are you? Ms. Jones, you?
Oh, no, I'm not on mute. I'm sorry. I'm talking to my daughter.
I was just gonna, I'm fine with moving forward with the motion as presented. I think it gives us the option to move forward, but it also enables Ms. Lilly to do a legal review. And I will note that, we contract with Ms. Lilly and her law firm to provide us with this counsel. All she's trying to do is just make sure that we're following our policy. I don't think anyone, well, I'll speak for myself, but I would presume to imagine that majority of this board deeply respects legal aid's work. And so I want the public to understand that just because there's a legal review about the policy about how district activity funds can be spent is in no way a referendum on how this board feels about Legal Aid Justice Center. So I just want the record to be very clear that there's sometimes a difference between policy and intent. And I think all Miss Lily is trying to do is just ensure that we follow our policy. So I don't read anything into her flag. She's doing her job, and I think we just need to let her do her job. I think we as a board can move forward in good faith, assuming and hoping that Soul Ice and Legal Aid are covered within our policies. And if not, we can address it when we come back next week.
Thank you, Ms. Dorr. Ms. Page?
Yes, thank you. So I want to withdraw my request, district activity request for funds for Soul Ice, because I want to be in full compliance with the policy. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask a question now. Ms. Lily, I hope I'm not out of order. Ms. Jones, are you in agreement with your 120 being removed as well?
Yes, my dog is not gonna let me be great. I was just about to say that I would like to withdraw mine as well. I'll put it in the chat, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. And thank you for that effort. The next person is Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Ms. Dorr already stole much of what I was going to say. She didn't steal it. She's she's a genius, and she came with it first. Yeah, I've done a lot of work with the Legal Aid Justice Center, and I know that they do really good work that turns around and actually helps a lot of our kids in the city. And so, they actually do a lot of really, really great advocacy work for our kids. So, I didn't want to have anyone have a negative view of them or disparage them in any way. And Miss Lily, we got to get you some Soul Ice, man. You are missing out. All right, that's it.
All right. Is there any other discussion, Mr. Young? If not, we're ready to move forward with Ms. Dorr's motion. Ms. Dorr?
No other discussion.
And do we have to, so we don't need to do a motion or whatever, because it's been withdrawn, Ms. Page and Mrs. Jones. So we just accept that as is, which means, does Dr. Harris Muhammad need to restate her motion, or it's okay as it is? Ms. Lily?
This was Ms. Dorr's motion.
Had started
I just second her motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dorr started. So does she need to restate that, or?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, I mean, just for
Dorr.
the record, so I'm sure it's gotten lost now in the conversation, so.
It's okay. We're trying to do what is right. It's okay.
So
Ms. Dorr,
I motion to approve all district activity requests as presented pending final legal approval.
And it was seconded by Dr. Harris Muhammad, correct? You're still in place. Very good. So we're now ready to vote. Any questions, concerns, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right, Attorney Lilly, the floor is yours.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Abstain.
Ms. Rizzi?
Yes.
Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes.
Ms. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you so very much. We're now ready to move forward to our next items. 5.06, receive for action request to increase the number of members of the Community Advisory Board for the design of George Wythe. And who's presenting that?
Well, I can start with a motion, if
All
that's
right.
okay, and then we could have discussion afterwards. Is that how that might work?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I move that the George Wythe Design and Construction Advisory Board's membership be amended to include one community member, bless you, from the 8th District, one from the 9th, and one member at large employed by the City of Richmond to bring the total advisory board membership to 11.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I see Ms. Gibson.
All right, Ms. Gibson seconded. Ms. Rizzi made the motion to increase the number of persons on the design team for George Wythe. Before we vote, are there any questions, discussion? Mr. Young, do we have anyone?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Rizzi, I apologize because I know you sent us the stuff and asked us to get it to you, but I just had a couple of questions about the advisory committee. I wasn't sure, and I can't remember if we voted on this committee and whether or not it's going to be a standing committee or an ad hoc committee. I don't remember if we did that. Did we do that?
I know that we did have the resolution in place, and I believe the resolution did have in place the committee to be a part of that resolution. Is that correct, Ms. Lilly?
I think it's separate. It was a separate motion.
It was separate. I have the motion because I had to research that for tonight. Okay. The motion from the last meeting the meeting that took place on May 3rd was that Ms. Rizzi made the motion and Ms. Gibson gave the second to establish and take applications for a community advisory board for the design of George Wythe to include 4 RPS staff persons, 2 students, and 2 community members. And the motion passed at that particular time, 5-3.
4 RPS, two students and
2 students and 2 community members, yes.
Okay. And I was just wondering, as a part of that committee, who else is going to participate as it relates to like the design and the construction, or what will the committee actually be doing? I'm asking because I just don't, I guess my concern is just making sure that we don't have community members involved in saying, hey, your voice will be used, but if it's about design and construction and they don't actually have that level of, that's not their background, or they don't understand the whole design construction process, what are they actually advising on?
So, I think other board members can talk about this, but my vision for this was that they would have regular meetings with the design and construction team and make sure that their input is being taken into consideration. Certainly, the design and construction experts will explain what's happening, in terms of their expertise, and share that with the group. And then the group can advise in terms of what it is they'd like to see. Like, I know a lot of community organizations have talked about wanting to have a community center in the school, or health, a place where community members can go and get health information and kind of built into the schools. And so those are things that they can share with the design experts. And so that way they actually will get to see their input in action.
Yeah. Oh, no, okay, that's fine. Okay, because I was just, this will be I have 2 more, but I'll just ask 1 more. I just wanted to know who's going to be responsible for differentiating what roles the community advisory board will play, as well as what you just mentioned, the design experts and whoever else is going to be on that team. Because I guess I'm also fearful that we're duplicating efforts. And so just want to make sure that we're not doing that by creating a whole nother committee because what's going to happen with the joint construction committee? So would this committee then be a part of that committee? And so I'm just trying to understand what that process is going to look like.
Right. From the way I see it, the joint construction team, at this point, if we go ahead and turn it over to schools, this advisory committee is going to serve the role that they served. Okay. With the new hires and other professionals that we'll be working with.
Okay, that's fine. And I think that is just something that we need to think about and figuring out as we move forward, what the structure of this committee is going to look like and what it's going to fully entail. So I just also want to make sure we're not putting the cart before the horse. So if we develop this advisory community board or committee, and then we have to go back and say, But wait, we still got to create another committee now that we are dissolving, from what it sounds like to me, the JCT. We may want to be working in concert with that as opposed to starting one thing and then, you know, just because we're continuing to like, we got to do this, then we got to do this. So any way that, you know, I can be of help or, you know, whatever it is, I think we should really think about that as well.
I call for the orders of the day because this conversation is getting a bit off topic, and I researched Robert's rules.
One moment, Ms. Gibson.
I am able to interrupt to make this motion. I call for orders of the day. This conversation is getting off topic. This vote on the table is specific to enlarging a committee that we've already agreed to establish. So I think we should continue the conversation specific to whether or not we are enlarging the committee to the size. So I just want to keep us on topic so that we can continue to move forward.
Yes, and Ms. Rizzi.
I agree.
Yeah, Ms. Rizzi, okay. All right, are there any more questions, Mr. Young, regarding this what's on the table regarding George with the advisory board?
Yes, ma'am. I see you are first, but if you prefer to defer to Ms. Page and then Madam Chair, you will follow Ms. Page.
All right,
if that's your plan.
I'll speak first. Number one, I agree with Mrs. Rizzi in regards to the JCT will no longer be in place as it currently is. What my question is regarding this committee, will there be anyone from the administration, such as the, I see those persons are not listed, such as the Ms. Gonzalez, persons on that level as well. So in addition to our new persons that will be hired. And my first question is, this team that will be working with the contractors, our own in-house team, will there be the opportunity for the administration to be a part of that as well? And my second question is there an opportunity also for community input through this committee, or this committee will be the only piece of engagement? Ms. Rizzi, would you be so kind?
I can answer those, but to, you know, Ms. Gibson's point, I think we probably should go ahead and do the vote. I mean, I have answers, but I'm not the only person, you know. I mean, we as a board need to create this. Is you know.
Just trying to get some direction per se, because it's a different.
But I will say that there is the one member employed by the city of Richmond, which is where the administration person could come in.
For Richmond Public Schools.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. The next person was Ms. Page.
Yes, thank you. So I have a comment and then a question. Comment, so when a motion is put forward, there is an opportunity, you know, after you make the motion and you second the motion, there is an opportunity for debate. And from my understanding or my perspective, that's what we are doing now. We're having debate, trying to get clarity regarding this committee. So that's my comment. But my question is, so we're asking for the community to volunteer, but we are asking them to fill out an application. So are we really trying to make this an inclusive process? Because if the community wants to volunteer their time, I think we need to be respectful of that versus asking them to fill out an application to be involved in a committee that they, you know, have a particular interest. It appears that we're trying to select certain people to be a part of this committee when you're asking for an application process. Because that's almost like, and I think I've said this before, like, you know, poll tax. You know, you put barriers in place to make people leery in participating or don't feel comfortable participating because you have put these parameters in place for application. and then you're asking them, how can you, or what do you have to contribute to this committee? Again, if they're volunteering their time, I would think it's more of an informational process versus an application. I just think we are creating barriers for the community at large to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Thank you so much. Mr. Young, was there someone else?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Harris Muhammad.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. To close this out, if I may, I just want to get some clarity. Miss Renzi, the one member at large employed by the city of Richmond, is that the city of Richmond Public Schools, Richmond City Public Schools, or the city of Richmond, the separate entity? And then the second part is, could we make it clear? Ms. Burke asked this question earlier, which is, I really believe, a valid question. Is it possible that we can add in your motion to include a member of the superintendent's cabinet or the superintendent or his designee? Because sometimes he may not be able to make it to the meetings, but he may send a designee. So I'm asking if those two things, the latter about the administration being present on the committee, I think that is, it's not written here, but I know your heart, I know where you're going. And also if we can spell out City of Richmond or Richmond City, a member at large from the public school system.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. Ms. Rizzi, do you want to respond to that?
I mean, I can respond to it, but again, like I said, this is not necessarily my committee. This is a board committee. So that's a discussion for the board, I think.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments, Mr. Young? Questions before we vote?
But
No,
okay,
ma'am.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. And you can please smack my hand because I have interrupted you 3 times already and I apologize. But Ms. Renzi,
Dr. Harris Muhammad, let me finish the comment with Mr. Young and then we'll come
yes,
back to
ma'am.
you.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Mr. Young, was there anyone else listed?
Actually, Miss White just submitted. She was quick on the draw. She just submitted. So.
All right, Ms. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to digest all of this, but I'm seeing where the joint construction team, it seemed like it is, I understand what Ms. Rizzi, my colleague, is looking. She's looking for decent and order. And any application, I'm not understanding, because even if you're even with the city, if you're going on a committee, you're doing an application for that committee. Although you know the joint construction team will consist of probably your chief administration officer, your mayor, chief of staff, your superintendent, the RPS board chair, and any other representative from both of those agencies. So I'm not understanding why it seems to be hard that she's recruiting people from the actual community that she wants. I think it's only 2. I think she said 8th and 9th and maybe 2 community members. To build a school, you don't need a whole community. And I don't think that I think it's, she's being inclusive by doing an application. You can't just have a whole community with a joint construction team. That's just a lot to me, based on what we are trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Ms. White. All right.
May I interject? Or
sure.
The goal of this is to add someone from the 8th and the 9th district. That was the intent of this motion.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Young, is there anyone else listed? I know Dr. Harris Muhammad is listed as well.
Correct. Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Jones as well. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Harris Muhammad, and then we'll have Ms. White, Ms. Jones, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am. I don't want to prolong it. I support your motion, Ms. Renzi. I just wanted to be, because it was a motion, I wanted to make sure that it was plain for us and the public. I know it is a committee we're going to be working on as a school board, but with my procedural mind, because it's a motion, I want to make it plain that we add the superintendent or his or her designee and indicate if it's Richmond Public Schools or the city of Richmond member at large. That was my suggestion. I'm just so procedural, but absolutely, I agree what your intent was. That's all.
Thank
I'm
you.
good. I'm good.
Thank you. Ms. Jones?
I was going to say the same thing. So thank you, Dr. Harris. Ms. Rizzi, I do appreciate your efforts. I was just simply trying to clarify because I wasn't aware of what the steps were. And I do understand that we'll be working together on this. I was just seeking clarity. So that's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dorr.
Ms. Dorr?
Sorry to prolong this. I would, and I do think I think this will probably be an iterative process as we navigate our new normal. I would ask us to consider at a future point an academic person from RPS to ensure alignment with our ed specs. So sort of understanding the instructional view, science labs, modern learning spaces, et cetera. So just another thought. I don't want to prolong the conversation tonight, but I think having that type of person would be helpful.
So what you're asking also is that we can come back to the table and add to the committee if that's the will of the board. Got it. All right, Mr. Young, anyone else?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Page.
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Also, I would suggest that we add the 3 positions that we are planning to hire. I will also include them on this committee because based on research, I think it's critical that we have the expertise, individuals with this skill set. So if we are planning to hire 3 persons for construction, management, or procurement, I think they should be a part of this committee as well. And I totally agree having someone from academics and so forth.
May I speak, Ms.
You
Berg?
you froze on Ms. Page, so I hope they all heard you. I didn't hear the ending, but thank you so much. Ms. Rizzi?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that, Ms. Page, and I, that was the way it was, I think, planned, is that this group would work with the new hires.
All right, thank you so much.
Be clear.
Yeah. Any other discussion? We're ready to move forward. The motion has been made. No amendments to what was listed. There wasn't changed, correct? So can we repeat that motion, please? Would you be so kind, Ms. Rizzi? And so just to refresh us, and it's probably in the chat.
Right.
I just don't have that part.
It is in the chat, but so, we're going forward knowing, as you have said, Chair Burke, that we can come back at any time and amend this. But I move that the George Wythe Design and Construction Advisory Board's membership be amended to include 1 community member from the 8th District, 1 from the 9th, and 1 member at large employed by the City of Richmond to bring the total advisory board membership to 11.
And it was seconded by, I don't recall, who was seconded by Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson.
All right. So it's been moved by Mrs. Rizzi and seconded by Mrs. Gibson to increase the number to 11 to have representation from the 8th and 9th districts. Are we ready now to vote? There's no other discussion. Madam Attorney, we're ready to move forward.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. White?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Rizzi?
Yes.
Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
No.
Ms. Page,
Yes.
Ms. Jones.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Thank you very much. Moving forward to the next item, administrative business. 6.01, receive an update on fall 2021 reopening. Mr. Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I do want to apologize. Ms. Gonzalez had a personal matter this evening to attend to. The reopening dashboard has been uploaded. We are making steady progress on all of our items. I'm particularly grateful to the custodial team. They have been doing an incredible amount of training on new equipment that we have been able to purchase, things such as HEPA vacuum cleaners, new ride-on floor scrubbers, which are going to cut the time it takes to clean the floors to a small fraction of what it would take custodians with mops and buckets. That means they have time for lots and lots of other things, and all kinds of other enhancements. So incredibly grateful to them. And I do want to give in particular Mary Gresham a shout out, who has been leading a lot of the training work with the custodial team and has done an absolutely outstanding job with that, so that our schools are safe and healthy and clean when we return.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions? Mr. Young, do we have anyone listed?
Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Dr. Harris Muhammad, the floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harris, thank you for sending the robocalls a few days ago about the due date or the deadline for the reopening for virtual learning or staying or remaining hybrid. It is, in talking to some parents, they're confused that, and Mr. Cameras, this is for you as well, so I'm looking at you and Dr. Harris. Some parents are, I just believe, honestly confused because at a school, during our school board meeting, you explained, Mr. Cameras, that, okay, listen, we are going to have opportunities for our parents to remain virtual, to have virtual learning. You went through the what that meant, what that's going to look like. We were partnering with Virginia Department of Education program virtual learning. Some parents that I have been in contact with really believe that virtual learning in September is going to look like virtual learning right now. I don't know how, as an administration, we can fix that. I don't know the percentage of parents that may believe that, but I know several that I have spoken with assume that the way that their child is virtually learning right now is going to continue in September. So I just wanted to share that because I know those parents, I asked them to log on this evening. So, you know, they could get some clarity and hear what that looks like.
Thank you so much for that feedback. For anybody watching, I do want to take this opportunity to clarify. At the secondary level, so middle school and high school, we will be partnering with a virtual program from the Virginia Department of Education. So the courses will not be taught by RPS teachers, but rather by Virginia licensed teachers, but they could be frankly all over the state, and they could actually not even be in the state since it's all virtual. Those courses would generally follow a typical schedule, but in some cases, they would be offered in the late afternoons or even evenings, depending upon the virtual teacher's schedule. One other difference is those courses would start on August 24th. Our year will start on September 8th, but the virtual Virginia year for middle and high school will start August 24th. We don't have any control over that. That is entirely run by the Virginia Department of Education. For pre-K to 5th grade, we will be running our own virtual program with our own RPS teachers. I would say it would be similar to this year, but certainly not the same as this year. We have learned a lot, and we'll make some, keep some of the things we have going this year, but make some enhancements and some changes going into next year as well. And Dr. Harris, if you could just speak to all the different ways we are trying to get the word out and anything else we can do to speak to this issue in particular.
Absolutely. I was just going to add, Dr. Harris Muhammad, that, and I know you joined one of our community conversations before, but we're doing another round in June, just before the end of the year. We know a lot of people take breaks, so we're going to do one more round in each region. And then we also trained all of our liaisons as well as city ambassadors on exactly what Superintendent Cameron said, as well as the bell schedule changes. So they continue to be in the community knocking on doors, as well as having like almost community office hours where families can just come up, ask questions. So we're just going to continue to spread the word. But I hope the addition of more of our community meetings, even in the last couple of weeks of school, will help get the word out.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Dr. Harris and Mr. Cameron. And also maybe this is a recommendation, maybe add to that, because in my conversation with the parents that I've spoken with, they don't quite have an understanding of how, the child's SOL. I know one of the parents, her daughter is a rising senior. So she wasn't clear on, how she was going to take her SOL test, how she was going to submit any assignments. So I'm taking all this in. The other couple of parents that I spoke with had similar comments. So I'm just, maybe we can provide in those community conversations a time and opportunity to say, look, this is how it's going to look. This is how it's framed. The superintendent has indicated who we're partnering with, and and how that works. They also wanted to know, they were told that the child was not going to be a RPS student, but could play RPS sports. So there's a lot of miscommunication going on out there. So I just wanted to share that. And I hope those parents are watching this evening to hear you and the superintendent talk about the efforts we're doing, and also the clarity that we're going to continue to improve on and articulate as a governance team. So thank you both. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that.
And I would say too, if they are watching, I just want to give a shout out to the family support line, which is 804-780-6195. And any family who has a question, we have over 10 people who staff that line all day, multiple languages, and happy to talk about any specific questions.
And
If I may, oh, sorry.
If I may, Madam Chair, I was just going to add, I do want to note, whether you are in the pre-K to 5 program or the 6 to 12 program, you will remain a Richmond Public Schools student. If you are in the middle or high school program, yes, you will take courses through Virtual Virginia, but you will still have the ability to participate in athletics and other extracurricular activities as an RPS student. So you raise that, and it's an important point that I do want to make sure folks hear tonight.
Thank you. Before we move forward, Dr. Harris, would you repeat that phone number again, please? I know we all have had concerns, and I know that Mr. Cameron has received quite a few phone calls and text messages regarding different issues that I've received as well, which were nipped like that. So would you receive, and I just give him his information to contact. So would you just give us that other number?
Absolutely.
So that we can just make sure we're doing things in a timely manner?
It'd be my pleasure. So the family support line is 804-780-6195. 804-780-6195. And we have responders both in English and Spanish, and happy to take any specific questions and follow up with any and all families.
Thank you so much. So they won't have to wait. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Ms. White.
Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cameras, I have a couple of questions for the return back to school. Do we have the resources, all the resources that are needed in the school as far as the counselors, reading interventions, math? Have we hired the maintenance workers that we need to ensure that all of our schools receive the proper maintenance and cleaning that is needed? And also, I've been in my schools and I've observed, and there are some work orders that needs to be done and they haven't been completed. And I understand the opening of the school, but these work orders are also crucial that hasn't been done since prior to school closing. So I would like to know what is the turnaround on the work orders? Because it's still, the things that I'm seeing, they still haven't been completed.
If you could send those to me directly, email those to me directly, I can investigate that for you. It likely depends on the type of issue. And so yeah, just if you can email those to me, I will investigate for you tomorrow and follow up right away.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, we thank you so very much for, and we look forward to going back to school September the 8th. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next item on the agenda is 6.02, receive for first read the Title I Annual Plan and the Title I Part A Improving Basic Programs operated by local educational agencies. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members. I bring to you for first read our applications for our federal title grants that are designed to support students. Each year, we are given an allocation by the federal government. We plan based on our prior year allocation, unless otherwise noted. If we receive additional funds or less funds, we make those adjustments. In the case of Title III, we are expecting a little bit less, and we do not have a justification for that. This is just our planned allocation. That has nothing to do with anything we've done. The state just adjusts formulas. This could be driven by other divisions having a greater percentage of English learners in their district. But this is what we plan against. For Title I, just as a recap, this is our largest of the four, and this is designed to support students living in poverty in terms of their academic success. We use the bulk of these funds for personnel. The use of these funds are primarily driven by what we call school-wide plans. So schools with their teams determine what is needed to move their academic achievement forward. And we then pull that together. We do have some division funds that we then reinforce. All of our decisions made here are aligned to our Dreams for RPS goals, as well as school-wide needs. Highlights, again, this primarily pays for interventionists, instructional assistants, coaches, and the like to support literacy and math instruction, a fair amount on direct student support by way of additional tutoring and additional student experiences, as well as targeted support for our students who are facing housing instability, foster children, and early child care. And then additionally, a significant amount on our both division as well as school-wide family engagement efforts. Title II, in a nutshell, this title app or grant is designed to support educator efficacy. This can be used for teacher and leader development, teacher and leader recruitment, retention, etc. The bulk, again, of this fund is around personnel, primarily related to either class size reduction and or supporting our RTR program. The teacher and leader professional development funds support additional funds related to running our residency program, as well as our national board cohort, our NGLA cohort, and the like. Title III is dedicated to supporting students who are English language learners. The smallest of all of our federal grants here. This is designed for direct student and teacher support. Again, we utilize this to fund additional bilingual supports for both our English language students, learner students, as well as their families, instructional materials and software to support English language acquisition, as well as additional professional development for our LEAP, we call them our LEAP teachers, language instruction education program, as well as supporting the funding of our bilingual dropout prevention and graduation efforts. And then lastly, Title IV is what we call, supports three big areas: supporting students in a well-rounded education, particularly in the STEM areas and advanced educational opportunities, safe school culture and climate, and instructional technology. And so we utilize these funds to support our STEM efforts and our passion for learning work, a lot of our AP efforts, as well as our arts and expanding arts in the preschool area, as well as our partnerships in the arts and in other ways. For example, ensuring that our pre-K centers have music together, have music every day, for example. And then lastly, our contracted services for student supports and experiences is related pretty intensely to our SEL work and partnerships around trauma-informed care.
Thank you, Dr. Epp. Do we have any questions or discussion? Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right, well, we thank you for that report. And now we can move on to 6.03.
Madam Chair, if I may just, I'm sorry. We will be asking for approval at the June 28th board meeting so that we may submit prior to the July 1st deadline to the VDOE so that we can get these funds approved and accessed early. If there is any feedback, I ask that board members reach out to me directly.
Thank you so much for reminding us of that, because July 1, we're in the new school year. Thank you. And we'll send any questions to you as needed. Mr. Young, I see some things pop up on the screen, but I don't know who's first or second. Can you help me with that, as always?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Rizzi and Dr. Harris Mahan.
All right, Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Up, thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if there will be a more detailed breakdown of how these funds are going to be used available to us at any point.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Attached to board docs is the detailed grant application with the detailed budget by budget code. So
Okay.
you can find the details by category.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Harris Muhammad?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. If it would be okay with our school board colleagues, because this is an extremely important application, that I just think the 28th is pushing it to wait for approval, but I understand our meeting schedule. So let me roll back a little bit. Madam Chair, can we provide a date, a hard date, that if any board member has any questions or any comment about the application, that we submit that to Dr. Epp? The reason I'm asking about that is because we cannot afford to have this submitted late or spend 2 hours at our June 28th meeting about where does this money go, where's the money for this position and all of that. This is part of my role that I work in every day, and I just know that it's critically important to have this in on time. So I was just asking if we could just have a hard date to submit red line comments to Dr. Epps.
That's an excellent point. Thank you so very much. Dr. Epps, do you have a choice of when you would like to have feedback from us?
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris Mohammed. It's so important. The 18th would be wonderful, as we need to, we'd like to have everything ready to go by the Wednesday prior to, so that we can submit everything the Friday prior to. So Friday the 18th would be wonderful.
Thank you so very much. Point well taken. Any other comments, Mr. Young?
Oh, Jonathan is fine. No, ma'am.
Okay, I thought I saw Superintendent come up with a comment. Did I?
If I may, if we're, I just want to note the next 3 agenda items are just Title II, Title III, and Title IV. So Dr. Up has covered those.
I noticed that. I kept looking. I said, wait a minute. She did 1, 2, 3, and 4 all together. Well, thank you very much. So if the board is in agreement, I kept looking as well. So we have finished. Well done, Dr. Tracy. We've done 6.02, 6.03, 6.04, and 6.05. Excellent. We have a lot of homework to do, colleagues. And now I know why Dr. April Neighbors and our science specialists, why they joined us now. Excellent. So we're now ready to move forward to 6.06. Review for the first review, the new science curriculum adoption.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll kick things off and then turn it over to Mr. Bierman, our instructional specialist for science, and Dr. Neighbors, our director of curriculum and instruction. And so first, we've come to you tonight, board members, to present for consideration adoption of our new K-12 science curriculum. Just a recap on what we mean by curriculum and why. For us, in addition, unlike a textbook solely, a curriculum can often includes a instructional reference tool like a textbook, but includes additional elements that help strengthen teacher resources for a stronger learning experience. So curricula tends to include a scope and sequence, which provides like a roadmap. It breaks down instruction into units that logically work together, sample lessons that provide a range of tools and strategies. Note, these are not meant to be scripted lessons or blindly followed, if you will. These also tend to include formative assessments so that teachers can check for understanding on a daily, weekly, regular basis as instruction goes on, and additional tools needed as the subject matter demands. In the case of science, lab kits, virtual simulations, and the like. What's most important is our standards align, our curriculum aligns to standards. And really, why now? So Virginia updated its state science standards in 2018 with the goal of ensuring that the expectations for science really speak to college and career readiness, with a particular emphasis on big ideas, critical thinking, and the scientific method that can translate across the multiple science disciplines. I think it's important to note earlier in the evening, some folks mentioned that the state would be pushing back the implementation. I just want to clarify, the state expects school divisions to implement these standards in the coming year. Those dates are referencing when the state would begin assessment against these standards. However, we believe the time to adopt standards is when the state rolls them out. I would also add, nationally, science standards were updated in 2013 with the NGSS. And so I do believe we are well past time to upgrade our science curriculum. I'll also note that our achievement data speaks to the need for an upgraded science curricula, as you all heard from some of our teachers in public comment. in terms of like what are the big new ideas in our standards, you know, I spoke broadly about critical thinking and college and career readiness. However, just to make it very concrete, we're talking about 4 big areas that really speak to how we need to teach science differently. And in doing so, this can really engage our students and get our students excited about science and excited about school. So again, a specific emphasis on transferable scientific skills, the ability to plan and conduct investigations, analyze data, develop conclusions, develop models. This goes very deep. You know, we tend to think of the scientific method, but I would say think of the scientific method really ramped up. Second is cross-cutting concepts, and this idea that understanding science is not, you know, it's not just isolated content areas, not just biology or not just chemistry or just physics, but really developing, understanding how all of these ideas fit together within the scientific field, so that by the time students get to high school, they can then go deeper within each of those subject matter disciplines, which speaks to this third area around subject-specific content and making sure that you know, teachers and students have all the tools needed to make sure our students deeply understand discipline-specific concepts, language, and content. And then lastly, reinforcing the state expectations around the 5 Cs, which is required for a Virginia profile of a graduate, and making sure that our students not only have literacy in general in terms of the ability to read and write, but the ability to read and write from a critical and creative lens, and the ability to read and write and communicate ideas in an evidence-based way. In terms of our procurement and adoption process, this process, like our previous efforts, have followed both our procurement and textbook adoption policies. There are 3 things that governed our process. The Virginia Board of Education outlines a very specific set of procedures that need to be followed for school districts to select and adopt curricula, which is something school districts routinely do. Our school board also has a policy that outlines how stakeholders should be involved in the textbook process, and we have followed that through multiple means, through the committee, as well as community conversations. And then lastly, our procurement policy requires an RFP if we're considering curricula beyond what's on the state adopted list. And because of that, there's a, you know, we follow certain processes to meet those guidelines. This is a summary here of the stakeholder input that that we have solicited during this process. And I want to give a shout out to both Mr. Bierman and Dr. Neighbors for their shepherding this pretty comprehensive method of stakeholder input from the committee, the curriculum committee, the formal evaluation committee, our community conversations, as well as our website, which made available and fully transparent the options that were on the table. If you want the specific timeline of when we did each, you can see that here. We are now essentially at a place where we are asking for board approval so that we can finalize contract negotiations and begin the ordering process. At this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Bierman and Dr. Neighbors to talk through some of the most important aspects that our stakeholders provided in terms of what we were looking for in the curricula.
Thank you. So as you can see here, we had a whole list of criteria that we were shooting for, some that are specific to science and some that are more generally related to best practice in teaching and learning. Some through lines that go across all of these criteria would be, as you can see at the top, phenomenon-based science education, which in short is basically students experience some kind of scientific phenomenon. And in this case, a phenomenon could be something as simple as a ball rolling down a ramp, but it could be a volcano. It could be any number of different things, but they experience that before they start learning about it. And that's a really important part of the learning process for them. So that was key, and that relates to students having control over their learning and the lift associated with the learning being shifted from teachers to students and the teacher acting as a facilitator. So a lot of these criteria dealt with that. We also had a long list of specific materials and resources that we wanted, high quality digital resources, simulations, as well as hands-on labs with the materials and the instructions for teachers and students. And we wanted all of this to be put into the 5E model of instruction, which is engage, explore, explain, elaborate, and evaluate. It's just a way for teachers to teach and for students to learn that is by far the most researched best practice in science education. You can see here is how the committee scored the different components of the RFP process with a really heavy emphasis on the quality of the curriculum and making sure that you have vertical, horizontal alignment, as well as an attachment to the state standards, going all the way down to pricing. So with that, the two finalists for pre-K through 8th grade, we settled on Amplify Science, which comes from the Lawrence Hall of Science in Berkeley, California. And here's just a general rundown of the highlights of Amplify Science. You can see that it highlights those skills, cross-cutting concepts, and big ideas that Dr. F was mentioning previously. But one of the best things about Amplify is it really embeds students in real-world learning by making them the stakeholders of a problem. And then through solving a problem or finishing a project, the science is embedded in that learning process. So for example, students take on the roles of meteorologists and they have to solve a mystery about a town and why its weather has changed. And through that process, they learn about the concepts of weather. Yeah, you can move on. So just some of the big points of Amplify. It comes with daily slides in for the lessons, and that can either be in Google Slides or PowerPoint or on the Amplify platform. The whole website is complete with resources for teachers, including background information. If a teacher is teaching a concept with which they're not as familiar as they could be, there is a rundown for the teacher. There are differentiation strategies associated with each lesson. So not that the teacher needs to use them, but there are strategies for teachers to help students who are having difficulty with the language, difficulty with the concept, but also strategies for students who need extension, who are wanting to take it further. You can go on. Every Amplify unit as well comes with readings. In K5, they're student books, but by the time they get to middle school, they're more like articles, not exactly scientific articles, but moving in that direction. And as I said before, every unit has a kit associated with it, with which students and teachers perform hands-on labs and observation experiments. And again, there's digital simulations, as well as each unit has consumable student investigation notebooks for them to keep track of the work they're doing and the observations they're making. And as Dr. Epps said, it's really important that our teachers and students are keeping track of the learning, so there are embedded formative and summative assessments throughout the whole unit and lesson. And there's a multilingual glossary, as well as on Amplify on the digital platform, the ability to just click a button and turn the whole page from English to Spanish and back again, and read aloud as well. And then finally, with districts that Amplify partners, they create a little microsite, which is specific to your district, with the scope and sequence for the district, as well as professional learning tools, sample lessons, sample units, all done in the district's preferred format. So for 9-12, and when we say 9-12, we include earth science in this. So for the high school science courses, the evaluation committee chose the SAVIS science program. And here's just another rundown of highlights there, very much the same as Amplify. Students are given the opportunity to engage with phenomena through problem-based learning, through real-world situations. There are very high-quality hands-on lab kits, as well as some of the best virtual simulation software that I've seen, specifically a program called Labster, which really puts students in the point of view of a research scientist. And these are just the texts and platforms that we would be using with SAVIS. I can speak specifically to Miller and Levine biology as being the kind of vanguard biology textbook. I was told by a textbook person that basically if they see that Miller and Levine is in the running, oftentimes companies won't even bother to submit theirs because it's just so ubiquitous. And then here are just a few of the kind of things you would see on the Amplified digital platform: the problem-based learning, the e-text, that has all of the variability that you might hope for in terms of language assistance, the ability to highlight a word and get a definition and a read aloud definition, interactive kind of manipulatives, as well as full-blown simulations. Teachers can edit activities. There are both digital and hands-on labs. And then at the bottom right, we have the Labster virtual lab, as well as really excellent materials from the Howard Hughes Medical Institute.
Josh, if I can just, add one bit of color here, thinking about virtual labs and why those can be so powerful. Well, one, we're working to strengthen our science labs across the division, but to, do a really robust, demonstration, say for chemistry, can require significant preparation, safety equipment, significant investment in materials and supplies. And so something like a really robust, visually powerful virtual lab can give students a very lifelike experience in a very safe manner. So thinking about something as like chemistry, we can do that. Again, we should have labs for hands-on real labs, but also we can provide pretty cool experiences in a way that's very safe and much more time efficient from a teacher preparation perspective.
Absolutely, Doctor. I agree 100% with what Dr. Epp just said. Also, in science, we talk about going from 3D to 2D to 1D. So that 2D portion, those simulations is where have a more clean display sometimes, whereas students get an experience with a hands-on lab, which is really important, but oftentimes the experience can outweigh the concept just because of the lack of materials, or we don't have scanning electric microscopes, for example, electron microscopes in our lab. So if we want to dig deeply into a cell, it's much easier to do so in a virtual setting. So the two together are what's really important about both of these curricula. Just to speak a bit about the implementation and the rollout, as soon as possible, we are going to start leader training, and that would be meeting with principals in the cluster meetings to talk to them about what they should expect to see from these curricula, how the learning might look different, how it might look the same, the kind of tools that they should be expecting to see teachers use. And at the same time, working with the teacher leaders and the academic architects to use them with the curricula so that they can begin to match the curricular resources to our scope and sequence and change our scope and sequence as needed to suit the particularities of the units and modules. We will be planning all summer long, redoing our curriculum guides, embedding resources in a way that's going to be very easy for teachers to access them, and working with the reps from the different companies to, in the case of Amplify, for example, create that microsite that will serve as a nice hub for our teachers. And in some cases, development of RPS lessons to fill any gaps perhaps that might exist, specifically with Virginia-related concepts with Amplify. It is a NGSS product, so as such, there's not much to say about the 3 important Virginia watersheds. So that's a lesson we would create, or are in some cases. In June, we will have more training for the lead science teachers, as well as opportunities for teachers to get training in these curricula if they want to get a jump on it in the summertime, as well as both of these resources have very rich libraries of asynchronous online PD that teachers and principals can access at any time. So that will refer to the asynchronous training there. We'll be holding office hours on a regular basis to talk with teachers who are having issues, to talk with teacher leaders or principals or whomever wants to come to the office hours. And then, yeah, optional training all summer long. And then once the school year starts to approach in August, we'll have very specific administrator trainings and then grade band planning and implementation sessions with teachers during the district-wide PD and also during the 2 half-day district-wide PDs in October and February. And ongoing coaching provided both by specialists as well as academic architects and also curriculum representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Bierman. Are there any, we're happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Epp. We have a lot of homework to do. A lot of homework to do. Mr. Young, has anyone placed anything in the chat? Jonathan?
Not. Job well done. Yeah, not as of yet.
Okay, if there aren't any questions at this time, we'll give a couple more minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I do see, I believe it's an old request from Ms. White, but just want to, and Ms. Page has submitted.
Ms. White, did you have a question?
I did, Madam Chair. I wanted to know, I heard you said aligned to the standards. Is it aligned to the standards of the SOL? Or is it aligned to math science standards?
I can start, and then Dr. Neighbors and Mr. Bierman, you can jump in. So it is aligned to both national science standards as well as Virginia, the new Virginia science standards. It certainly embeds it certainly reinforces literacy and mathematics, but it is aligned to the state standards and national standards. In some cases, as Mr. Bierman said, we might add a lesson here or there to have a Virginia specific example or to put the right lesson in the right grade level in some cases.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ms. Page?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Epp, Ms. Neighbors, and Mr. Bierman. I know oftentimes, the state make changes to the SOL, and oftentimes we could be behind the 8 ball, and you see the changes that the state makes in reflection. It reflects in our testing scores. So thank you all for, being proactive versus being reactive. But my question, do you foresee this maybe being a learning curve as we implement this curriculum? And if so, what steps or what measures would the teachers or you all, put in place to make sure that our students are able, are prepared for the standards of learning testing?
Sure. Dr. Neighbors, Mr. Bierman, you want to take that?
Well, I would say with the learning of anything new, there is going to be a learning curve, both on the part of teachers and of students. We've started the process with teachers in the last year by really introducing the 5E model. And I think, like one of the public comments might have said, the 5E model is not something that you can learn in a single training or even in a single year of implementation, but through the process. And I would say honestly that these curricula, they are tools towards the goal of this kind of teaching. The curricula themselves are not the goal. The curricula are a way to get at this kind of different style of science teaching, which is being kind of adopted across the state and across the nation. So yes, there will be a learning curve. Whenever a new test is unveiled, the VDOE expects there's going to be a drop in scores right off the bat, and especially with the specifics of the changes in the standards over in this most recent iteration. It really went for science. It went from a very vocabulary heavy form to this much more skills-based form, which is a harder thing to test for. And it's a harder thing in some ways to teach, especially if you've been in a mode of kind of just academic language acquisition for this whole time. But we are going to support teachers in every step of the way, and these curricula support this process as well. Like Dr. Epp said, they are not scripted, but there are suggestions. So if you're at a loss as to what you might say in order to teach a certain concept, these curricula have suggestions on that way, and kind of ways to introduce topics and how to introduce them in such a way that it is shifting the learning to the students and giving them this kind of more engaging experience.
Okay, so this appears to be more interactive with the students and teachers.
I would say so, yes. I mean, there are definitely examples of teachers who already teach in this way within our city, but I think what this is going to do is allow for all teachers to have the same resources without having to find all over the internet for them.
Thank you, because I mean, yes, we have seen a huge shift in the way we learn science, experiments over a period of time. So thank you.
And I would just add that, the state finalized these standards in 2018, and partly, when Mr. Bierman, joined our team at the division level, he taught in RPS and also worked for the VDOE, and we were able to get him back. The state has been preparing for this for some time, and as a result, we have been moving all of our discussions with our science teachers in this direction. And so I want to also name that while the SOL assessments are very important at certain grade levels, it's at 5th grade, 8th grade at the high school level, we want our students to learn robust science by doing science at every grade level, even when it's not a formal SOL assessed grade, because that is what's going to prepare our students for the rigorous, exciting, engaging coursework of high school, such as physics, chemistry, biology, and the like, and help unlock a world of potential career paths for our students. Science should be one of the most engaging, exciting aspects of the school experience. And I'm really grateful that the committee and the RFP committee selected curricula that really reinforces that type of teaching.
Thank you so much. Ms. Dorr, the floor is yours.
My questions were very similar to Ms. Page and Ms. White. So I think whenever we introduce a new curriculum, there's obviously understandably some reticence from our teachers about making sure that we have a clear plan for implementation. And there's been some scars from past years of rocky rollouts. So I am interested as we move forward with this on our plans for making sure that our teachers feel supported with this change and what we're doing there. And then sort of related to this conversation is kind of to Ms. Page and Ms. White's comments. I think a lot of us hear concerns or advocacy around wanting additional resources to better align the curriculum to the standards of learning. And so probably this is not germane to this specific approval, but I would like to, at a later academic update, learn a little bit, delve into that a little bit deeper. So I guess that's a formal request to Madam Chair and Vice Chair for a future meeting. An excellent presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dorr. Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is, I saw that you've done some piloting. Could you tell us about that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. We piloted all 4 of the finalists that came from the evaluation committee at a variety of elementary, middle, and high schools, depending on the curriculum and what it was pointed towards. In the case of Amplify, we piloted it in an 8th grade classroom at Franklin Military and in a 5th grade classroom at Chimborazo. And in the case of Savvis, well, we piloted it in a 3rd grade classroom as well as a middle school classroom, but we also piloted it at John Marshall High School in a biology classroom. And the teachers had anywhere from depending on the teachers themselves, anywhere from 4 to 7 days to pilot basically a singular lesson in terms of a kind of a complete pathway from engagement to evaluation. And along the way, the teachers were reporting, we were having kind of daily conversations about what they saw. They were sending me updates, it was all, they were taking screenshots because it was all virtual, but of what the learning was going, what kind of learning was happening in the classrooms. And I had an opportunity to observe the classrooms at least once each for that as well.
I might add, pilot might be a little bit of a strong word. I would say teachers had a chance to really experiment and practice utilizing the different materials to see like really how it lives in the classroom.
Yeah, a preview might be.
Preview, yeah, there you go.
Preview. Okay, and another question. So is it largely virtual? It's textbook free?
Oh no, sorry, if I didn't make that clear. Both of these curricula have rich physical resources, both textbooks.
Okay.
Yeah, well, in the case of Amplify, they aren't textbooks as you might consider a textbook, but there are readings and there are student notebooks. And then at the high school level, there are both textbooks as well as student notebooks and other associated trade books. And then there is and then in both cases, there are also lab kits, physical lab kits.
And it was important in our RFP process that we had both digital and tangible text as well as labs, because that's what we heard from teachers when we wrote the scope of work, that it was important in all of those aspects.
Yeah, I'm thinking about students, who maybe, have the need to highlight or take notes or have, I deal with students and my actual son, has working memory issues and needs to highlight, needs to see the text. Okay, thank you.
Thank you also very much. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Madam Chair, I believe you are up.
All right, thank you so very much again. Dr. Epp, Dr. Neighbors, Mr. Beeman, thank you so very much. I remember virtually attending when you all did your presentation for the community, for everyone. I'm glad that I tuned in because the questions I had then, I still have now, which is a good thing, and you may have already answered this. There isn't going to be one perfect curriculum in place that will address our SOL step by step. So as I heard Ms. Page ask earlier as well, there's an opportunity through support from your department, Mr. Beeman, to guide teachers as to where they can get other resources to meet those SOLs. I've never seen any curriculum out there that answers everything, but I think it's important that teachers do have the resources in place to fill in the gaps. Well, my question is, oftentimes when we get a new curriculum, I'm not talking about you all, but for years, this can happen. We start out with all the resources in place. And then as time unfolds, the resources are not in place. I love what Ms. Page stated earlier about having the hands-on, because that's how our children learn. I mean, that's the manner in which it should be, to touch, to see highlighted, to put your hands on it. So I do hope that there are resources in place as expected, and that people don't have to go into their pockets and buy those items. So I really want to hope that there is a line of communication in place, whereas those items can be replenished as needed from year to year.
Absolutely, Ms. Burke. And those are systems we've worked to put into place over the last couple of years. Anything that we adopt that has a consumable, whether it's a workbook, a kit, manipulatives, we have systems in place to make sure that those are replenished. And I'll say this as much as I need to, if a teacher, and Mr. Cameras has said it in the fall as well, if you do not have the resources that you are supposed to have as a teacher, please do let us know, because we will make sure you get them. You should have them. No teacher should have to not have the materials they need.
And to have more emphasis on the hands-on as opposed to worksheets and workbooks.
Absolutely.
I know we use workbooks during the virtual piece, but I could really do without copy paper, and I like the idea of the books, and I saw that with this program as well. Lots of student activity books. I love that. I love that, because students can read and be active beyond whatever the topic is at that time, if teachers free them to read those books and take part, just not according to what he or she may be teaching at that time. That's true teaching and learning. So this was an excellent presentation. Did you want to give us a date, since this is our first read?
Again, yes, thank you. We would like, we are seeking approval by the 28th, so that we can begin ordering as soon as our new budget is put into effect. And if there are any questions or concerns, again, reach out to us at any time. I'm available all the way up until the 28th to discuss any questions or concerns you have. And but we do, and again, ask if teachers or others have any questions, they can certainly reach out to Dr. Neighbors or Mr. Behrman, and I know that they would be happy to take them through specifics as it relates to their questions or concerns.
Thank you so very much for stating that, because we do have some teachers, as stated earlier, that are ready to move forward. As Mr. Beeman said, already teach in that manner. There are some that are concerned. So I'm glad the doors are open of communication to work through this together. And as someone else stated earlier, we have to stay ahead of it. We have to stay ahead of it. Otherwise, it's hard to catch up.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so very much. Job well done. Let's move on to the next item. Number 7, budgetary. We don't have anything under that. Number 8, board business. 8.01, receive for first read revisions to policy 1-5.1 school board committees. One moment, I'm trying to pull it up. Why can't I get it? All right, Ms. Lily, did you want to go through that for us?
Sure. And I can share my screen, hopefully. Let me see if, okay, hold on. Let me see if that works.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Here we go. Hopefully you see on the screen the first read draft of revisions to policy 1-5.1. What I attempted to do in this particular policy is to just synthesize. We had a lot of discussion in previous board meetings about the path the board wished to take regarding the committee, rather. And I attempted here to synthesize what I thought I heard as what came out of that conversation. So what I've done for revisions would be to add audit to the finance committee. So it would be a finance and audit committee. And the purpose of that committee, the language was expanded to include the purpose of the finance and audit committee. And I drew generally from the presentation that Mr. Parker had given some time ago to the board regarding the proposal of a finance and audit committee. And then also in one of the conversations, or in that same conversation, I thought, and I could be wrong, again, all this is subject to review and we can change this, and this could be a conversation starter. I thought what came out of it was the addition of a policy committee as standing committees. Now, again, these would just be your revisions to the standing committees. Adding a policy committee to the standing committees composed of at least three board members with the purpose as stated here. The remainder of the committees that we have, I believe, are ad hoc committees. And so there would not need to be any change in the language for the ad hoc committees. So this was the first review, excuse me, this is the first read draft. And again, if there's any question or concern, I can process that with board members outside of this, and we can be ready for a second read. If this is not what the board intended, certainly I can hear that feedback and we can make changes from there.
Thank you, Ms. Lilly. I'm sure we have some questions. Mr. Young, would you please, Jonathan, would you please advise?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gibson, and then Dr. Harris Muhammad.
All right, Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just, my question is specific to the formation of the committees, and I'm not sure if it's noted in this section or if it's another section. I've noted before that I think that the chairs of these committees should be voted upon at our initial restructuring that we do annually at the start of the year. So in addition to selecting board leadership, our chair and vice chair, that we would also agree who would be serving as chair of our standing committees, including the policy committee, then this finance and audit committee, and the disciplinary committee. And then the only other thing, I know we talked about this some prior, but I do still think that there would be benefit in expanding the Finance and Audit Committee to include persons from the community, as was suggested by the Council of Great City Schools in their in the audit that they performed on us.
All right, Ms. Lilly, did you want to respond?
In terms of both of these are at the discretion of the board. And so if there's consensus of the board to make those changes or to add that, then certainly I can do that and bring that back in, form the language and bring it back in the second read version. So on both, those are not legal issues, more so it's the discretion of the board.
All right, thank you so much. And the next person is Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Very quickly. Ms. Lilly, thank you. I would like to work with you on strengthening, this is a good start, the policy committee. And the purpose of that, school board colleagues, is, you know, to strengthen it, to add some more meat, identify the purpose, because this is a committee that Richmond Public School Board might not have had in the past. And then also to outline some roles. But what you have started here, I think it's very good, but I would like to work with you to just add a little more meat to that, to again add the purpose of the policy committee, and also to identify the role of the policy committee. But that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Lilly, any comments?
Certainly be open to working with Dr. Harris Muhammad to shape the language as needed. I'll, remind board members that, this is your policy statement. I know you're doing your board governance manual and you may want to kind of put more details in that versus here, but certainly open to working with Dr. Harris Muhammad to see how language can be expanded.
Thank you so much. Do we have anyone else, Mr. Jonathan Young?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Yes, following up on Dr. Harris Muhammad's comment, I do think it should be explicitly noted that as part of the policy committee, that will include policy regarding staff. The board some years ago talked about our policy regarding the language on the contracts, policies regarding the start times and and those matters. So I think it would be helpful for any for that to be explicit to include that in the scope.
Thank you so very much. Ms. Lilly, do you want to give us a time frame per se to respond to what we may want to collectively add or enhance, or because I want to make sure that everybody on the board, every person has an opportunity for input. How would you like us to work that through?
Sure, I would like to get anyone's feedback. I would use the 18th as well, so that's a date that you already have, and you can add any feedback giving any feedback regarding the policies to me at that time, by that time. And that way I will have the next week to synthesize everything and bring it forth and post by the Friday before the 28th.
All right, thank you so very much. So again, we have that date for the 18th. So right now we have 3 first reads that are due by the 18th. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Let's move forward. If it's anyone else, Mr. Young?
No, ma'am.
All right, let's move forward to 8.02. Receive an overview of changes in state legislation on collective bargaining.
Okay, that's me as well. Madam Chair, if I may proceed.
Yes, you may. Thank you so much for asking.
Okay, if everyone can see this, hopefully. This is just a presentation that we're going to go through tonight. I'd like to we're going to just take a moment to look specifically at one of the changes that occurred through the 2020 General Assembly that took effect in May of this year. So the change that we're looking at with respect to collective bargaining took effect in May. And we want to make sure that the reason why we're having this presentation tonight, and we know that it's drawing later and we're not going to go too deep, but we want to make sure that the board has a high level understanding of the change so that you're aware of the implications of the changes and that you're in a position to be able to react and respond to any request of any employee organizations or unions that may be ahead of the game, if you will, in moving down the line of this, of moving forward with these particular changes. So tonight is just to begin the conversation regarding this. We'll look at the changes that were made to the law. We'll look at your obligations and options that you have under the new law. If there's time, respond to any preliminary questions. Of course, this is an ongoing conversation. And so if you do not have questions tonight and you want to process and ask questions later, certainly I'm available offline to answer those questions. And then we'll discuss next steps and recommendations. So prior to May 1 of 2021, the Virginia Collective Bargaining Statute is listed here. I won't read it verbatim, but that's basically, the law just basically said that governmental agencies, no county, state, or governmental agencies could participate in collective bargaining activities. And so there was a prohibition, and that basically was the law for some time. And beginning in May, the law changed to now allow governmental entities, counties, cities, and towns to approve an ordinance to participate in collective bargaining activities. And what that looks like, and you'll note in board docs, not only is the presentation there, but I did go back to add the precise language of the new law, 40.1-57.2. So you have that there as a reference as well in board docs. So basically, the law now says that collective bargaining activities are permitted, and the governing body can formally recognize labor unions or other employee associations and their bargaining agents and collectively bargain or enter into collective bargaining agreements or contracts with these unions or associations. You'll see, as you see, school boards are included in the definition, which is why we're talking about it. But we wanted to particularly digest the fact that the collective bargaining process is largely not defined by this particular statute. The public body has wide discretion over what this process looks like. And we want to make sure that while collective bargaining is not even defined, we talk about it, but it's not defined in this particular state statute. We know that we can look to the federal law and for guiding principles in what collective bargaining is and what that generally looks like. Collective bargaining is generally known as the process that employers go through to negotiate, and employers use their managing representatives, here would be the superintendent or his or her designee, to have negotiations with specific bargaining units, and those are defined not in the statute, but we can by federal law and other practices in other states look at what bargaining units are, and they negotiate the terms of employment conditions. And so that's generally what collective bargaining is. And as I said, it's not defined, so it can look like a lot of things for Richmond. It can look like a lot of things for other divisions in the state of Virginia. What did not change when this law added the right to the governing body, authorization to the governing body to collectively bargain, it did not change the status that Virginia was a right to work state. So that is still in place. And employees are still not permitted to strike under this particular statute. And there are significant consequences for doing so if you are an employee, and that's listed here. So the school board options and obligations, and as I said, this is a starter conversation. There's a lot to digest, and there's a lot to delve into more deeply if needed. But this is just the beginning stage. So the law does not require the board to act now. At this point in time, you've not been contacted by any organization, to my knowledge, although that may be in the works, we don't know. And that's why we're trying to make sure you are aware of this change so that you won't be caught off guard. So you don't have to do anything at this time. Or the board could pass a resolution, and this is without any on its own, the board could pass a resolution stating that it does not authorize collective bargaining practices or recognize exclusive bargaining agents. Or the converse to that is that the board may pass a resolution affirming its intent to engage in collective bargaining practices. Again, these two things can take place, or three things could take place on its own. Well, the first is not an action, but the second and third bullet are. In that consideration, I want the board to make sure that they are aware that there are many policy considerations. This is just not a quick, yes, we're going to do it, no, we're not going to do it, but the board needs to be very deliberate in making their decision with respect to collective bargaining. There are a lot of policy considerations. I've listed some here that the board needs to be aware of. We talk about this resolution that the governing body can enact, but what does that resolution look like? A policy on collective bargaining, if the board wishes to move down that path, would be necessary so that the board could lay out all the details upon which and the parameters upon which they're going to implement this collective bargaining program. Defining the key terms, as I said, bargaining units, certification of a majority of support, and we'll look at those in a little bit quickly. Defining the procedures for the certification. There's a lot of work, I guess, there to be done in terms of just laying out the parameters upon which, as I said, a collective bargaining program would be implemented in the school division. While collective bargaining is not subject to, is subject, I want to say that again, collective bargaining is subject to appropriations. There are financial considerations that you want to be aware of when you're considering whether or not you're going to go down this road. Not only would there be salary implications, and salaries are one of the things that are most often negotiated with labor unions. Not only is salary a consideration in that collective bargaining agreement, just the administrative cost of implementing the collective bargaining program should be taken into consideration. The infrastructure that's necessary to implement staffing, staff members in order to implement that particular program, if necessary, should be considered. I've added here collaboration with City Council as the appropriating authority. We know that the school board does not generate its own revenue, and it would be advisable for someone from the administration, again, going down this road, the school board, to consult with the City Council as the appropriating authority. And certainly the City Council is looking at this as well, the collective bargaining idea itself. I don't know where they are in the program, in the consideration phase of this or not, but they're going to be faced with this at some point as well. So it would be advisable to consult with City Council so that you all are aware of any type of funding parameters that need to be adhered to before you start negotiating against, so to speak, yourselves and your position and your funding position. If you don't know it, then you need to at least, you can't negotiate in good faith if you don't know what your parameters are with respect to funding. That's one issue. And so it will be advisable to consult with the city to get ahead of that. So this particular slide that I just went over talks about the options that the school board has just on its own. But this next slide talks about what triggers the school board having to act. So the school board must respond if a majority of the public employees deemed to be a bargaining unit and submits a certification to the board that they wish to be represented by what is called an exclusive bargaining agent, and that language is in the statute, and they wish to collectively bargain with the school board. And so in this instance, again, this is where the policy, and you see below, policy considerations are in this particular slide too, because what constitutes, or what will constitute a bargaining unit for the school board of the city of Richmond, that can be defined by your policy. Generally, it's employee groups that have shared interests, job responsibilities, et cetera. So we know them kind of when we see them, but it would be best for that to be in your policy. So if a bargaining unit submits a certification, again, that's another area that can be defined in your policy. What does the certification have to say? Who is it submitted to? All of those things can be nailed down in a policy. If they do submit the certification, the board must act, and the law says you must take action within 120 days of the receipt of certification. And so that triggers your responsibility. Right now, you don't have an obligation to take any action, but you will if a group submits certification. You can look at the validity, which again should be nailed down in your policy. And after consideration, you have the same options as we talked about. You can pass a resolution stating that you don't authorize collective bargaining, or you may pass a resolution affirming your intent to engage in collective bargaining with practices with the bargaining units. And the same considerations are included below that were in the previous slide of all of the things that you need to consider when you're going down the road of establishing a collective bargaining agreement. And they're pretty much the same. With that being said, next steps and recommendations. At this point in time, a measured approach to the topic of collective bargaining is recommended. You need to, if the board wishes to take this on now without the existence of any type of certification or any type of documentation from an employee group, you can take time to develop your program if it is the intent of the board to go down this road. Again, the board can decide not to and have an ordinance that is not going to. But if they wish to, I would recommend that you take your time in policy development. You research the fiscal implications as listed here. You consider your staffing needs, and you consider the application of any other laws that may intersect with this particular law, FOIA, other state employment laws. And I say that because there are some employment laws for schools. We have the whole Chapter 22 in the Code of Virginia that includes specific laws with respect to dismissals and grievance procedures and such for schools that we would not necessarily be able to negotiate out of, if you will, unless the law changed. So those are some things and parameters that we want to be able to know before you start negotiating. We can't necessarily change the dismissal rules because they are established by law. I would, consider the delayed implementation so that you can appropriately plan for this. And I'd say here too that Richmond, we're not on an island alone with this. This is new to Virginia. This whole topic, the topic is not new, but the parameters that have been expanded and the permissions, the permissible actions now are new to Virginia. And so most public bodies are in some stage of considering this topic. Very few have gone all the way, so to speak, to approving an ordinance or resolution, but we're in it kind of with everybody else. So it's a measured approach that's being recommended across the board. As I indicated, tonight we just began this conversation. Oh, the last bullet, which I think is an important bullet to note, individual board members should limit or refrain from discussion with unions or employee associations on this topic. And I say that because this is a board. The board has to make this decision as a board, and we don't want necessarily individual conversations to be misconstrued to bind the board, although it would not. But again, if we're supposed to be negotiating or going down this road, if it is approved by the board and negotiating in good faith, it kind of negates that if individual board members are having one-off conversations with groups and the groups misunderstand or misconstrue the board members' ability to bind the board to a decision. So that's a suggestion that I would make and would reiterate. So as I said, this is just a beginning conversation. We wanted to get ahead of this in a sense. While we don't have any certifications in the hopper, and we can kind of work through this now, we wanted to make sure you at least had an overview so that we can start that conversation. We're available to answer any questions. Like I said, if you don't have them tonight and you just want to process, I'm available to answer those questions. And we can certainly have other presentations to delve deeper into this should the board wish to consider this and move forward.
Thank you so very much. Great details, Ms. Lilly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Young?
Ms. Gibson?
All right, Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would just like to formally express my personal stance on this, which is that this is an important step that I do hope that there is support among my board colleagues to move forward with. I feel very strongly that we cannot support teachers if we're not going to support their ability to organize. We have seen, specifically in the city of Richmond, an incredible amount of progress as it pertained to teacher pay and so forth. And that progress came through our staff from being able to organize. And, you know, it is clear by the anonymous emails that we receive on a fairly regular basis that teachers are afraid to speak out. And so I'm hopeful that this body will support the step that was taken by General Assembly to allow collective bargaining. And I hope to see our Commonwealth take the next step in supporting eliminating the right to work status as a state. Thank you.
Friends, I think we lost the chair, but in the interest of time, Ms. White, you're up next.
I just wanted to say, Miss Lilly, your presentation was on point. I just took this class on Friday. So if anybody's interested in taking the school law conference legislative class, we went over this and we discussed this. And so did Ms. Rizzi was also in my class. So if you want the PowerPoint, I do have it. We have a lot more pictures, but it was still a good, she hit every point, and we will have to make this resolution as a board. And they did suggest that, so everyone needs to agree to this resolution. But Ms. Lilly, you did do a pretty good job on this, just no pictures. But I do have the pictures.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I think.
Thank you all so much. I apologize. I hit the wrong button here. Ms. White, are you telling us you're a visual learner?
I'm both.
All right, there you go. Thank you. That's something that we can look at in terms of pulling that together. And your presentation was great, Ms. Lilly, and I do hope that we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Young, for moving forward. Go right ahead with the next person, Mr. Young.
My pleasure, Madam Chair. Ms. Rizzi?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Sir Vice Chair. So yeah, as Ms. White just stated, we attended the school law VSBA conference last Friday. I mean, literally, I'm looking at my notes, Attorney Lilly, and like you pretty much verbatim covered everything that we discussed on Friday. You know, this is going to be a lot of work. It's going to be worthwhile work. As Ms. Lilly stated, and as Attorney Lilly stated, you know, we have to use great care with drafting this resolution. Should it be the will of the board to take it on? But I am excited as a person who spent my career teaching that we're moving in this direction where teachers have a little more control over you know, their working conditions and a little more say in terms of you know, having power to determine what they'd like to see, you know, more professional agency. I'm just happy to see that Virginia is moving in this direction.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Young. Is anyone else?
No, ma'am.
All right, if there's no other discussion, we look forward to continuing receiving information on collective bargaining. I too agree it's long overdue. Thank you all so very much. Ms. Lilly, well done as always. We're now ready to move forward to 8.03, receive an update from the School Health Advisory Board in the first read of revisions to policy 8-5.1 wellness policy. We've been waiting for this report for a while, so thank you so very much. Please move forward, Mr. Dasco.
Good evening. Jason, do you mind sharing your screen for our colleague Robin, who will be presenting this evening on behalf of the SHAB? And I, of course, turn it over to Nicole and Liz, who are the board members here. I'm happy to answer questions at the end about the policy, and I know Robin will speak on behalf of the SHAB as well. We appreciate the collaboration.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Robin Gann, and I serve as the current secretary of the SHAB. I am a RPS parent and work locally with the American Heart Association, hence the background. On behalf of the School Health Advisory Board, I sincerely thank you all for the opportunity to share the work of our volunteer body of RPS students, teachers, parents, experts, and community partners. And we are very grateful to Ms. Dorr and Ms. Jones for their leadership as members and their support to ensure healthy schools. All right, we're ready for the next slide. Perfect. Okay. So even though I'm a night owl, given the late evening hour, I promise to be brief and really welcome the opportunity to discuss and answer any in-depth questions you may have this evening or at a future time. But first, I'd like to restate the SHAB's purpose, which is to advise RPS on incorporating a holistic view of health that influences students' ability to be healthy, to learn, and to succeed. The SHAB was reestablished and began meeting in November 2019. And over the last year plus, we have spent much of that time developing an updated school wellness policy that is aligned with the CDC's Whole Child, Whole School, Whole Community, or WISC framework to really ensure alignment and integration between health and education. Next slide, please. So for those that the local school wellness policy is a new topic, this is not the first wellness policy for RPS, but rather is an update to existing policy. As you see here on the presentation, we are required to have a school wellness policy due to our participation in school breakfast and school lunch under the Federal Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act. And so our proposed update is informed by the insights of the members of the SHAB, which include RPS representatives from School Nutrition Services, Health and PE, and School Climate and Culture, as well as the other aforementioned partners. And this is all again in alignment with the previously mentioned CDC WISC framework. The bulk of the policy that you've maybe taken a peek at is primarily both state and federal requirements, but it does also include 3 additional policies that are aligned with our SHAB's focus around nutrition security, physical activity, and mental health. And so the 3 issues you see bolted out here around water access are building on the tremendous progress RPS has already been making with water testing every year, with updating water fountains and looking to increase the opportunity, especially given the impact of COVID-19, to ensure safe, healthy access to water. And so looking to increase bottle filling stations, hydration stations where possible. For physical activity, we've really focused in on recess. We have been working with Mr. Hughes for some time and ensuring that all students in elementary school get 30 minutes of physical activity. And very importantly, that recess is not being taken away as a punishment. And so as part of the SHAB's support, we will be providing templates and other resources to help schools have their own recess plan. And lastly, tobacco-free schools. This may or may not jump out to you as a focus on mental health, but we know that tobacco and vaping, particularly vaping, has truly become such an epidemic for our youth. There was a lot of media coverage on this right before the current COVID-19 pandemic really took the bulk of our time and attention, rightfully so. But we have seen unprecedented increases in youth vaping and tobacco. And particularly with the impact of COVID-19 on isolation, we have seen very concerning reports on the mental health of our youth and students. And so the use of those products, which are an addiction, is something that we really are excited that RPS and the leaders that we've talked with thus far and through the support of the SHAB are not only reinforcing the existing smoke-free campus policy, which was passed by the General Assembly and is required of all schools in Virginia, but to really take that next step and ensure that we are providing the support needed to students to overcome that addiction with cessation resources, as well as ensuring prevention. And so So excited about the upcoming updates you will see in the code of conduct or the score that removes the punitive measures for students with tobacco and vaping addiction and really ensuring a supportive approach. So that's my quick summary of the policy for you this evening. And again, welcome any questions and comments from Ms. Dorr and Ms. Jones and Michelle as well. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for giving us this information, and well done. Thank you. Please proceed. Ms. Jones, Ms. Dorr.
I'd just like to give a shout out to the SHAB committee. The notion that the community knows what they need is reflected in the SHAB committee. The members that are really passionate about school culture and climate and health and safety and wellness of the students was really good to witness. And they had even a student who was a part of the committee who pretty much led the meeting, and really, you know, again, lifting youth voices is what it's all about. And so kudos to the SHAB committee, a lot of folks who have done years and years and years of community work, who also are RPS parents and alums and all of that. And so it was just really great to see that in action and then see the results of the policy updates and changes and more to come. So.
Thank you so much, Ms. The young lady that was a student, I remember her speaking at length too during the meeting that I had the opportunity. What school, what high school was she at? John Marshall, or where was she a student? Do you recall, Robin?
We have representatives from George Wythe and John Marshall.
Okay, all right. Well, they were very, very articulate, and they knew what they wanted, and it made a lot of sense. So the youth continue to lead us. Thank you for including our students. Thank you so much. Ms. Dorr?
I just echo everything that Ms. Jones said. So thank you, Robin, for sticking with us so late. Really appreciate it and appreciate the good work that you guys are doing.
Excellent. Mr. Young, do we have any
Sure.
comments?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Rizzi?
Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to kind of put out a shameless plug. I used to teach elementary, and I refused to take recess as punishment, right? And a lot of other teachers looked at me like I was some kind of wuss, right? Because I wouldn't do it. And now, if anybody's watching, Miss Miller was right. I refuse. I would say I am not going to take away your recess. You know, we're going to figure this out, but you need to run. So I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
Ms. White?
Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Robin, I have a question because I was reading your slides. They were real good. And you had something about the Hungry Free Kids Act of 2010. And I was wondering when you actually, I guess with the students or look into it, I don't see where they have, like everybody receives free lunch in the Richmond Public Schools. So why isn't it allowed for children to get seconds if they choose to have seconds or want seconds? And they say, well, I can't get seconds. And my other question was, I've did a lot of lunches within the last couple of years. What menu do they go by? Because I know Fridays they have pizza and tots, potato tots every Friday. So I'm trying to find out where the healthy part is, where that lies on.
I'm happy to address that to the best that I can. Obviously, our school nutrition services director is our resident expert and a wonderful partner and member of the SHAB. So for your first question, I cannot necessarily speak to that in terms of second offerings. However, I do know that we, as part of our policy, are really ensuring, sorry, my dog conveniently barking right now, ensure that students all have access to breakfast and are really looking at alternative models to breakfast as well to ensure that, you know, if a student's bus is running behind or if they were dropped off late because of an appointment, that they still have the ability to start their day with a healthy meal. And we'll have to defer and follow back up with you, Ms. White, about lunch specifically and seconds and offerings to that question. As far as the menu, the school nutrition services is required by the USDA to follow their nutrition guidelines and has been doing so. And despite many shifts since their original Healthy Hunger-Free Kids Act, which was passed during the Obama administration, there have been both some flux and improvement as well as declines in terms of the intent behind really what do we define as healthy regarding sodium content, whole grains, reducing, saturated fat, things like that. And despite those ebbing and flowing that we've all been experiencing over the last few years, Richmond School Nutrition Services has been very steadfast in ensuring that we do not waver in those requirements and really ensure the healthiest options available. So even though you see something like pizza, it does have a lower sodium content than maybe you might see if you picked up a slice from somewhere else. However, that being said, we do know that that is an area for improvement and one that we're focused on collectively to ensure as much access to healthy fruits and vegetables, and ensuring that we're working with students and parents and staff to offer things that they like, that they're excited about, and get their input. And so look forward to seeing what that's going to look like in the coming school year in person.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Jonathan?
No, ma'am.
Thank you so very much again for that timely report. It's evident that this is a hard-working committee, and we thank you so very much for all that you all continue to do on behalf of our children, this is most important, most important. Thank you.
Ms.
Is
Burke?
there anything else, Ms. Hadasco?
Yes, two quick things. The first is I will just, Ms. White, put in the chat for you the June 2021 lunch menu, just so that you can see some of the variety, and then happy to connect with you under separate cover with any specific menu questions. The second piece, though, is the policy, which is there for a first read. And so similar to some of the other items that have been brought to the board this evening, if I could get any feedback from the board on the new policy by June 18th, that would be great. You may also notice that we've taken the tobacco policy, which used to be its own separate policy, and embedded it in the wellness policy. So you'll see that now as combined language.
Thank you so very much. And colleagues, we will send you a reminder with June the 18th. Thank you so very much. Well done. And Robin, keep up the good work on behalf of our children. We appreciate you so much, and your committee. Ms. Jones,
Thank you.
Ms. Doerr, it's evident you've been working hard. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to move on to the next item. 8.04, discuss new school construction. Mr. Cameras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Per your request, I have put together a high-level timeline for the construction of George Wythe and some considerations for the new technical high school and Woodville. That outline produces a Wythe opening in the fall of 2027 with the demolition of the existing building and the establishment of athletic facilities occurring by the fall of 2028. I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Madam Chair, I believe you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am, yours truly, but I do see Dr. Harris Mohammed also has questions. Madam Chair, I gladly defer to my colleague.
Yes, thank you. May I proceed, Madam Chair? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Cameras, who did you consult with or work with to put this timeline together?
I consulted with the city's procurement office and their public works office, given our relationship in the current 3 projects and their expertise, which we don't yet at this time have in-house.
Mhm, mhm. I didn't hear anyone from the Richmond City Public Schools team that you consulted with to create this timeline, correct?
I've certainly had conversations with individuals on the facilities team,
Mhm.
but much of this work is beyond the expertise of those individuals. And so I wanted to draw upon the expertise of those who do this work as a professional matter.
Okay. I do have a couple of more questions, but I will let my other colleagues go.
Thank you for that, Dr. Harris Muhammad. All right, Mr. Young, do you want to speak there or you want to continue to defer?
I'll speak now. Yes, ma'am, if I may.
Sure.
And I apologize in advance because I have a lot of numbers. So I request my colleagues' grace, and if you'd indulge me for the purpose of sharing a few numbers. And I do want to share, I'm really pleased that we are investing so much time, rightly so, in chronology, because for this school board member, if we initiate construction any later than 2023, it will have been a colossal failure on all of our part. So I'm glad that we're rightly having this conversation pertinent to the calendar, but I do pray that we will have that we will invest an equivalent amount of time and energy in the cost. Because the truth is that the cost for any new facility has, at the risk of stating the obvious, ramifications as it relates to the chronology for other schools and the construction of other new schools. So a few numbers. First, at the risk of belaboring the point or beating a dead horse, pick whatever euphemism you want, $8 million. My contention is, and I'm relying on Veto E numbers, is that we spent $8 million, the taxpayers, not yours truly, but the taxpayers spent $8 million more than we should have on the last three schools. The second number is $145 million. And understand that's just a projection, a placeholder, but it's, again, yours truly's contention that if we were to spend $145 million on George Wythe, that would mean arguably that there would be hundreds, if not thousands, of other students across the school district that would be precluded the opportunity to move into space in some kind of reasonable horizon. But some more numbers pertinent to chronology, timeline. And again, I just ask for your patience, so I apologize. The first is, and these numbers, they're dates. The first date is October the 12th of 2018. October the 12th, 2018. That's when Henrico issued their RFP for architectural engineering services for a new J.R. Tucker in Highland Springs High School. November the 2nd, 2018. That's when Henrico identified that folks had to submit their bids by. It was due, relevant to architectural engineering services. December the 13th of 2018, Henrico identified that's when the award would be issued relevant to architectural engineering services. Again, for a new J.R. Tucker and new Highland Springs High Schools. Projects that I would characterize as apples to apples, relevant to what we want to do in the city of Richmond. And perhaps the most important date relevant to Henrico, August 1 of 2021, in just a couple of months, i.e. when Henrico identified the expectation to open these two new schools or replacement schools. So those are a few dates. I'd like to share a few more dates. And these pertain to Richmond, so we should all know them well. May the 15th of 2018, Richmond issued the RFP for architectural engineering services relevant to a new Elkhart Thompson, a building that's comparable in a lot of ways to what we want to do in new high school, i.e. the facility is 1,500 students. We anticipate actually perhaps a few more than that, but Point is, May 15th, 2018, issued with expectation, a due date, if you will, of June 12th, 2018 for architectural engineering services if you're going to bid on that project for Elkhart Thompson to be due. I have a lot more dates here, but I apologize, I've already consumed too much time. Here's an important date, January 25th, 2019. That's when Richmond submitted their notice of award for construction of the new Elkhart Thompson. So my point is, respectfully, if Henrico can erect a new school in the timeline that I just identified, and if we did it for River City, how is it that we're presented a proposal that candidly and respectfully, I don't think earns a passing grade? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Who's next on the list, please?
Madam Chair, I believe you are, to be followed by Ms. Rizzi.
To be followed by whom?
Ms. Rizzi.
All right, thank you. I think I have some bad internet connections going on right now. I want to follow up on what you just stated, Mr. Young, and thank you so much for the details regarding Henrico and Chesterfield. From what I understand, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, from what I understand is that Henrico and Chesterfield, we want to compare ourselves with them. The county does the procurement and the school division manages the construction. Well, my question to you is, Mr. Cameras, regarding this timeline, which is most concerning, but I understand why it is as it is. If we were to partner with the city just for procurement purposes, would that change this timeline in terms of moving forward, just as Henrico and Chesterfield? That we would continue to manage moving forward, but for the procurement piece, which is something that we talked about, well, we didn't really discuss it, but I know it wasn't amended. But so what I'm asking you, Mr. Cameras, when you do answer your questions, if we were to follow the model of Henrico and Chesterfield in terms of procurement being handled by the city, and then that would give us time to move forward in hiring these persons, 3 persons plus more if needed. Would that change the, do you think that would change this timeline?
I do. I can't say for certain how much, but certainly, as we all know, the city is prepared to issue an RFP. We are not, so, and we won't be for some time. So it would certainly shave off some time. How much, I can't say for certain. I also want to respectfully disagree with Mr. Young. First, I thought we were no longer going to be doing the us versus the counties thing. I thought that was a norm that we had decided that we were going to follow, but it appears that we're going to continue to do it as we see fit. Second, I want to note it is not an apples to apples comparison to compare the timeline that I laid forth with the construction of the new Elkhart Thompson, known as River City Middle School, for 3 extremely important reasons. One, we were obviously partnering with the city and they had the infrastructure to do that work. We do not. I've been very honest about that. I have been working with great expediency to ensure that we get that expertise. The positions that we drafted job descriptions for were submitted to the VDOE. We worked with them. They have been approved. They are now posted. And so we are moving with great speed to step up as soon as possible. So that's the first major difference. Second major difference is those schools were built with a construction management at risk process, not a design bid build process. Mr. Young, you know that. And you know that the construction management at risk process is an expedited process where design and construction happen in some ways in parallel. Third, the new River City used a prototype, and for the public, in essence, we're using a pre-existing design. That saves a lot of time and a lot of money. The proposal I put forth, based upon comments, Mr. Young, that you yourself have made and others on the board, we heard some of those comments this evening, is that there is an appetite for a much different kind of Georgia With, including a health clinic, potentially a library, and therefore this proposal is based on a clean build, meaning not using a prototype. And so that adds time, significant time as well. I will also note it adds significant expense. And so I do want to be very clear about that as well. So again, that is not an apples to apples comparison. Respectfully, Mr. Young, you know as much, having been intimately involved in the construction of the new River City. And so I have been very honest and consistent with this body that I anticipated a fall 2017 opening was what we would achieve. That has been confirmed by my further research. Of course, I will do everything I possibly can to expedite that, but I do think that is the reality that we are now facing. It is the decision that the board made, and so I'm doing everything I possibly can to bring it to fruition as fast as I possibly can.
Thank you, Superintendent Cameras. Mr. Young, is there anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. I believe Miss Rizzi is next, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, Ms. Rizzi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to the question that Dr. Harris Mohammed asked in terms of who you consulted when you constructed this timeline, is it at all possible that you could reach out and do some investigating with schools that actually are doing, or school systems that are actually doing what we are proposing to do right now, Mr. Cameras?
Certainly, and I intend to do so.
And then in terms of starting with, I need to get your terminology here, something that isn't a prototype, a clean design. Is it possible to take a prototype design and alter it in ways that will better suit our community? I mean, is it that you have to, is it a one or the other? Is there no way to start with a kind of prototype and then make adjustments?
Absolutely, and it is rare that one uses a prototype without any modifications. In fact, River City was based on a prototype and we made some small modifications. The issue becomes, though, when you make significant modifications, for example, the addition of a community center, a health clinic, a library, and so on, you reach quickly a point where the benefits of using the prototype are no longer available to you because it has been changed so significantly that both the time and the cost to make those changes have now outweighed any efficiency that you would gain from the prototype. So really it's a spectrum, but what
I mean, everything exists on a spectrum.
Sure.
And I think that this debate or this discussion, it's not a debate, this discussion has largely lingered in extremes. And so, if we talk about, and I hear what you're saying, I don't think that, what you're saying is incorrect, except that I think that it's possible to modify a prototype to a point, and we'd like to see some models. Maybe there are some prototypes out there that are close to what we want. And then, we can go ahead and do slight modifications. But I mean, to paint it as though it's got to be one way or the other seems a little bit disingenuous. And I'd like to have this as a real discussion that takes into consideration the fact that we're very close now. I'm excited about the fact that we may get to a point where we've got true community engagement, to construct a school that's really going to serve our students and is customized to their needs. And that will be built long before 2027. I'm not accepting that timeline.
If I may, Madam Chair, I am eager to get a director of new school construction on board, so that that individual can do a lot of the exploration that you just suggested, Ms. Rizzi. Perhaps there is a prototype out there, and that would be wonderful, truly, if that could save us time and money. I felt it was important to lay out a timeline that reflected what I had been hearing, and also, I think, appropriately manages expectations around the speed with which we can achieve this. I certainly would hope, as I think everybody on the board hopes, that we could achieve this more quickly, and would look for all kinds of means of doing so. Again, our internal expertise to do all of this work right now is somewhat limited, which is why we're really focusing on getting those positions hired for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cameras. Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I want to first acknowledge, I think you're still in order, Madam Chair, but also have Ms. Gibson. The superintendent did request an opportunity, but perhaps he already got a bite at that apple and maybe he wants another, to be followed by Dr. Harris Mohammed. Madam Chair, I see you again, and then Ms. White. I'm sorry, I know.
No problem. Dr. Harris Mohammed, myself, and then Ms. White. Got it. Dr. Harris Mohammed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Cameras, you were tasked by the, I'm sorry.
I think Ms. Gibson was next. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I think it was
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Gibson.
I thought I heard
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair say my name. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did call your name. Thank you so much. Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you know, as my colleagues have stated, I find this incredibly, it makes me incredibly uneasy. You know, at the end of the day, George Wythe was approved by this board in 2018 and then stalled by the city for several years. There was a non-competitive process that was used to build 3 schools. The 3 schools that were built were approximately $30 million over state averages, over the estimates provided by the architects, over the estimates provided by Mr. Tommy Krantz. Additionally, the mayor has received nearly $30,000 in campaign contributions from the contractors who built those schools. And now that the school board has decided to oversee school construction, the mayor has essentially gone full throttle on a campaign to suggest that our decision to do so is going to stall the process. This is concerning, and I find it concerning that the school district is now reaching out to the city for recommendations and input on the timeline when there's clearly a conflict of interest there. There are 5 members of this board who were elected through a democratic process that want to see the schools oversee school construction. And it concerns me that the administration is providing timelines that seem to align with the mayor's agendas rather than this board. So I am concerned on multiple levels because it's, to me, you know, it does not make any sense that that this 2027 timeline came out of nowhere when this administration is saying we don't know anything about building a school. So if we don't know anything about building a school, where did that 2027 timeline come from? It just does not add up. Now, it's ironic, right, that we're talking now about prototypes as if they are so phenomenal, well, if they were going to save us money, why were our schools so expensive? And if the city is looking, because now if the city has put forward this 2024 plan, well, clearly they have made some decisions, namely that this was going to be built by a prototype. Where was the community input there? I mean, right out of the gate, it's abundantly clear that the city had decided to move forward with the prototype with no input at all, not even from this board, not from the community, no one. And so I suspect that the city was planning to build a replication of River City Middle School and plopping it over at George Wythe, and then shame us for the fact that we would like to build a school that actually meets the students' needs. That's what I suspect.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
I'm not done.
You're finished? Okay,
I would
thanks.
like
Go
to
right ahead.
say furthermore that there is no reason why we should not be able to proceed with putting an RFP on the street. And I see no reason why that needs to be delayed until the summer. There are reference RFPs that we can use. And it's critically important that we move forward with this. But you know, I want to see the administration act in a way that it's clear that this is an independent body, because there are optics that I think are concerning to me and should be concerning to many. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Does anyone else? Then now, Dr. Harris Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Cameron, the will of the board tasked you to complete some tasks. We asked you to complete some tasks, regardless if everyone agreed with the resolution or not. I am moving forward because I am of the mindset that we govern together. And what do I mean by that? You address, answer to this governing body. It does disturb me greatly, and I had made a huge leap of faith and decision to be a cheerleader, stand with you, walk with you, run with you, all of those things that I said I was going to do, because that's my work. But it does disturb me that you decide to reach out to the city, which I always want to collaborate with other entities because I believe in that collaboration. But not to share that with us concerns me. So besides that concern, we have the capability, and I believe we have the leadership to complete the procurement. There is no way, if we have an instructional team that can complete a procurement process in curriculum from December to January 2021, from December 2020 to January 2021 in a month. And 2 weeks in December we're off. I'm saying that, ladies and gentlemen, the public, to say it can't work for one entity in our school division and it doesn't work for the other. So all of this other stuff, I don't trust the timeline that you have provided. I'm not going to go back and forth with it because I think that the more that we do go back and forth with you as the superintendent, some people might want that so we can look like we can't govern. No, we know what our roles are. We know what our responsibilities are. So therefore, I'm willing to provide a motion. And the motion that I'm getting ready to provide is that I move that the superintendent complete a RFP for George Wythe High School with our procurement department within 60 days with a groundbreaking date of no later than December 31st, 2023. Mr. Cameron, I'm saying that because, and that's critically important, because if it can't happen, regardless of if you want it to happen, if you don't want it to happen, I'm beyond that. I am so not trying to address that. You have been tasked to complete some things. We need you to get those things done. And if those things cannot be done, sir, then maybe as a board, we need to move in another direction. I don't know, but we need to move, we need to work together to get this done and stop raising false anxiety. I don't know where 2027 came from. I never heard it before I was on the board. I never heard it when I became a board member this time. 2027, I've never heard that. I don't even want us to try to figure out where that came from. What I'm saying is you have a task that we've asked you to complete. I believe with other board members, we can complete it. If you can't complete it, which is not in this timeline, there is no evidence to say that you can't with our procurement department. I presented a motion on the floor. If there is a second, let's move forward and vote, have a discussion. If not, there it is. But I'm not as a board member, and I want the ladies and gentlemen in the public to know. Once again, we all want a new George Wythe High School. Once again, I'm not going to step away from what I believe because of somebody else's stuff. I'm not dancing it. I'm not playing that tennis match. I'm not dancing to that musical tune. I'm not doing that. I believe as a governance team, this is what we can do together. Yes, we have some entities and some pieces that we need to fill, just like any other school division in the nation. But just because we decided, the will of the board decided, which I stand on and I believe, that we need to be in charge of building schools. Many of us have our reasons why. That does not mean, and I want to make it clear, that we do not want a new George Wythe, or we do not want to collaborate with any entity in this city or the state of Virginia. That is farthest from the truth. You are our instructional leader of this division. As a school board, we look to you to move by any means necessary. We don't tell you how to do it. We support you in the ways that you want or desire to get it done. That does not mean, yes, ma'am.
Please excuse me. Please excuse me. I just want us to stay close to the timeline and give others a chance to speak as well.
Yes, ma'am. I have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, you do. And let's move forward with that. But I'll share this also as we make our comments. Mr. Cameron is our employee, and we want to be mindful of being respectful of each other as we move forward. And I ask that we continue to do that. I know that all of us are passionate about having a new school, and I am in full agreement, as I think everybody else here as well, with the schools being able to manage that. But we all do have the right and the opportunity to speak up in regards to what our thoughts are moving forward. Mr. Cameron, I asked you to provide this, you did just as I asked you to do as board chair, and that was to give us a timeline. And 2027 has been mentioned before, as we can look through old minutes or old meetings. That date has been mentioned before in conversations. And that's why I asked him to put in writing what is expected so that we're on the same page. So we can have that motion seconded, if so desired. Ms. Muhammad's, Dr. Harris Muhammad's motion. Is there a second for the 60-day procurement notice, RFP?
Madam Chair, I believe I saw Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson, the floor is yours.
A second.
It's been moved by Dr. Harris Muhammad and seconded by Ms. Gibson that the superintendent has 60 days to put out an RFP. Any questions or discussion? Mr. Cameron?
Madam Chair, the superintendent has requested opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Cameron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, I cannot meet the mandate of this motion. When the original resolution was put forward to have the school board take over the procurement and construction of schools, I noted at that time that we were not prepared to move with the same level of speed as the city would, given the personnel and infrastructure that they already had. During that meeting, I articulated that I thought it was likely that a new George Wythe would not be able to open until the fall of 27, based on my initial estimates. That has been reaffirmed by additional research, but of course, I will continue to research this and continue to find ways within the parameters that the board sets to do this as quickly as possible, as I believe completely that every member of this body wants George Wythe to open as fast as it possibly can. I don't think there's any disagreement about that. But if I were to meet the resolution that is on the table, I would have to stop a lot of other procurement activity. And that means that we will not open successfully. And I'm not saying that to be confrontational. I am your employee, and part of my responsibility is to be honest with you about what I can and cannot achieve. And I promise you, I work 20-hour days as much as I possibly can, and my team does as well, and our principals do, and our teachers do. But I can't do everything all at once. And I heard from this body that reopening successfully post-pandemic was the #1 priority. And that is what we have been pouring all of our energy, all of our time, our funding, our heart into. I simply don't have the capacity on the team to put out an RFP for something as massive as a $140 million school under the timeline you put forward, and certainly cannot guarantee an opening date that you put forward. And so I respectfully ask, this body has voted. I am good with that. We are going to build George Wythe. The board has spoken. I'm going to do everything I can to make that happen as fast as I can, but I'm asking the board to let me do that. But also acknowledge that we have other very pressing priorities. And it would be irresponsible of me to say, yes, I can meet that, knowing it is going to put us in a very dire situation come the fall. I know none of you want that either. And so I respectfully ask that you vote against this resolution with complete respect. I understand why you put it forward, Dr. Harris Mohammed, and I hope and pray that you know, I mean, absolutely no disrespect to you and your leadership on this, but I cannot deliver on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras. Is there any other discussion regarding this motion that's on the floor?
Ms. Page?
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we put forth a motion to task the superintendent to hire 3 positions that will have the level of expertise with construction, management, procurement. So if that's what the will of the board decided, then I think we ought to fulfill that obligation, because we do not have that level of expertise currently, as the superintendent has stated. So Superintendent Cameras, you did say that these positions have been posted. And we know that's a process, because we want to best of the best to fill these positions. So are we being unrealistic in making these demands? I'm asking a question. Because if we want to do this right, and I want to do it right, because we are talking about educating our children. So I want to get this right. And then my next question is the meals tax. Superintendent Cameras, what happens to the meals tax? Or is there, I guess, do we have any leverage with the meals tax that's available for the construction of the next school? Do you have an answer to that?
Mrs. Page, I'm not sure I fully understand.
So the money that we have collected for the meals tax, where is that money now? Or what happens to it if this process is not going to move forward in the time that I guess was originally anticipated?
As I understand it, George Wythe would not be funded significantly by the meals tax revenue, but by the debt capacity of the city opening up. In essence, their borrowing ability. The vast majority of the meals tax revenue is going to pay the debt on the 3 new schools that were just built. But that is something I would need to defer to the city's financial team on for further specifics.
Okay, then my last question. So based on the information that you have provided us, this would impact all of the schools going forward in completion of phase A of the facilities plan, which George Wythe was next, and then Woodville. So this whole process is going to have a domino effect on all the schools going forward. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, though the extent to which it does is really contingent on how much we invest in developing a new school construction team. If we have a larger team, we could likely take on more at one time. A smaller team would mean we'd have to sort of do one after the other. So I don't want to speculate as to how much it might delay future projects, because the board may choose to invest further in a new construction team, and that might give us the ability to build multiple projects at once, much as the city was able to do over the last 2 to 3 years.
But that's also based on the city's debt capacity opening up.
Yes, well, the construction of any schools is going to be based on the city's debt capacity, as the board has no authority to issue debt or raise revenue of any kind. So any new school construction, whether it's managed by the city or the schools, regardless, those funds would come from the city.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Any other questions, Mr. Young?
Madam Chair, I do want to acknowledge that there were a couple of our colleagues who submitted a question or comment to immediately precede the motion. So perhaps we inquire of them if they, and I suspect they do, have questions or comments about the motion. And they are, if I'm not mistaken, in the following order: Ms. White and then Ms. Dorr.
All right, well, this is a part of the discussion before we vote. Ms. White, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. Some of my questions have already been asked from Mr. Cameras. I was just going to ask you, did you have the expertise in your procurement department as far as, I know that you have all of your positions open right now, your procurement manager and everything. And I know that Dr. Shana Muhammad, she did put a motion on the floor. But sitting back here listening to everybody that's going, as a board member, we need to look at it, that we need to get our positions in first. And see, and make sure that our people understand our construction process. We gave a time limit of 60 days, but we're not sure how long it's going to take to hire these expertise. So that's one thing. I do agree that we need to work fast, urgency, but it shouldn't take 6 years to build a school, not one school. Maybe if you want to do all three of the buildings. But I did also have a question, Mr. Cameras. Is there any way, I know that you said you talked with the city procurement deputy, I believe that's what you said. Did you ever talk with the procurement deputy in RPS to see what, to compare? Because I didn't hear anything about the RPS procurement. I know there is a large procurement there, but I didn't hear, I haven't heard anything about RPS procurement.
To my knowledge, there is no member of the RPS procurement team that has been involved in a procurement of a new school of this magnitude. I can't say that for certain, but that is my understanding at this time. Of course, Ms. Gonzalez unfortunately is unable to be here this evening, and she would be able to speak to that more directly. But you did note, Mrs. White, one of the positions that we will be hiring for over the next 60 to 90 days is a procurement officer with exactly this expertise. And so to require the administration to put out this RFP prior to us actually hiring the very individual whose expertise would guide us in this seems to me not advisable.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. I'm sorry, Ms. Dewar, you're next. Forgive me. Thank you.
Thanks. I plan to vote no on this motion. You know, we can go back and forth on this argument 10 bazillion times. The reality is we're at an impasse. I frankly can't believe that this is what we're talking about right now in the face of so many challenges facing our families and students. It's, as I've said before, it's been a giant distraction from our #1 goal, which is to reopen and focus on academics. 50% of our children are not on track for reading. This is a crisis. I can make a motion that we want all schools accredited by 2022. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. We can't will a shorter timeline just because we made a decision that we didn't think through. I also think it's crazy to think we shouldn't talk to the city when they've been the ones handling school construction for the past decade. What was Superintendent Cameron supposed to do? We should absolutely be talking to the city and the counties, as Superintendent Cameron has said he's done a number of times. I don't know, I find this embarrassing. We're perpetuating everything that everyone always says about us, that we can't get along with each other, we can't get along with the city. I agree that I don't think anyone on RPS board, on city council, the mayor doesn't want to build a new George Wythe and do it quickly. I personally find it concerning that some of the accusations on this board that suggest otherwise. There are other paths forward. The mayor and city council proposed one path, which we still have not responded to, even though I believe we made a commitment to respond to 2 weeks ago. Ms. Jones and I put forward a compromise. We weren't even allowed to discuss it. We weren't even permitted to discuss it on the table. So where do we go from here? Schools are building schools. That's fine. I support that. There's no compromise on the table as it relates to WITH. So we just need to move forward as fast as possible. But it is a reality that we have delayed construction on George Wythe. Maybe not until 2028, but certainly we're not opening in 2024. I'm convinced of that. And we can't will something into existence just because it's politically expedient.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Dorr. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
Yes, ma'am. I do want to, well, first let me acknowledge Ms. Jones. She's next, and then I believe we have an amended motion I think I saw in the chat.
All right, Ms. Jones, I'm
Ms.
sorry. Ms. Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question, quick question to differentiate between the procurement, the RPS procurement office that is in place now and the one that we are building. Do we, this question is to you, Superintendent Cameras, do we know what our current purchasing authority is for that procurement office? Because that is one of the questions that would hold us up, even if we already have a procurement office in place. Because if we, I think you mentioned this, to build the school would be $140 million. Do we even have purchasing authority at that level? Because that is the first question that we should be asking, because that is something that needs to be in place. And then my next question would be, would we need to seek additional approval, through the state for that level of authority to move the procurement forward, if in fact that was something that we decided to do? And so I think, to my colleague, Ms. Dewar's point, is that the amount of hoops that we are continuing to have to jump through and the questions that that are being raised as we're working through this process. Granted, it's a new process. So yes, we're gonna have a lot of questions. We're gonna learn a lot of new stuff. We're gonna be, having to walk through stuff that we didn't know to ask, but it also is a sign that we are just not together and we're not ready. And so if we're not ready, that's okay too. And it's okay to work together, as we've said, as a board, with everyone who has their different level of expertise, procurement, architecture, community engagement, education, infrastructure, all the things that we're saying we want to bring forward for these new schools. How great would it be if we took the time to really, really work out the kinks instead of moving forward? I mean, who's gonna win, And I agree that the timeline could look a little crazy, as a former procurement person in recovery. I could see, the questions, but I do understand that it is a lot more detail oriented that we may, if you're not familiar with the process, can really be. And it is a lot of steps that we need to have in place. And so the first thing, like I said, would be knowing, one, what our purchasing authority is currently. And I'm almost positive it is not $140 million. So we can say, put this procurement out in 60 days, but putting it out in 60 days and we don't even have authority to do that is something that we should really know, before we start making, suggestions around that. So I think we just all need to work together and figure out where we are and figure out what the next steps are together. I'm with everyone. It's time to move forward, and it's just time to do what we need to do, but we also do have other priorities on the table. And so we just need to figure out what the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Jones. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Madam Chair, I do have a question and some comments, but I do recognize that saw Dr. Harris Mohammed suggest she wants to amend the motion, so perhaps I'll be best to defer to her now.
Dr. Harris Mohammed?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. My amended motion is that I move that the superintendent complete an RFP for design of development for George Wythe High School with our procurement department within 90 days with the groundbreaking date of December 31st, 2023. I heard Mr. Cameron say that, and that is correct, that we approved 3 positions, but what I did not hear him say is why we need the manager, one of those positions, when we already have a director of procurement to complete the process? I just didn't hear that rationale.
May I speak to that, Madam Chair?
Please, yes, please.
Well, our current procurement team is already stretched very, very thin by its current work. That has actually become even more acute with the federal stimulus funds. We're grateful that we have those funds, but expending them requires significant procurement activity. So even if we didn't have those federal funds, we would be stretched thin. Trying to expend them all, for example, to purchase all of those HEPA filtration units and the floor scrubbers and the new vacuums and all of the nursing suite supplies and all of the bathroom upgrades and the HVAC upgrades, all of those things have to be procured. So the team is stretched extremely thin right now. So there's no room, there's no person power to take on, frankly, anything else, much less something of this magnitude. And so that's why having a full-time person who could focus exclusively on this is critical. I will note in the building of the last 3 schools, the city had at various times 2 to 3 people in their procurement office working on this. So as it is, having one individual seems like it is going to be a stretch for a high school of this magnitude. But it's not as if the procurement team was reserving 20% of its time that it wasn't using. They're already at really using 110% of their time, getting through all the procurements that we need to get through. There's just a lot happening right now to prepare for the start of the school year. And so to tell them, I need you to stop on the HVAC procurement so that you can do the with procurement, I know that's not what you want me to do. I know nobody would be happy with that outcome. And so I feel stuck because when the resolution was passed, I tried to be very honest with the board about what I thought the implications of that decision were. I'm going to execute the decision. I work for you. But now I feel like the board is turning around and saying, we made the decision and we still want you to execute on something you said you couldn't execute on when we made the decision. As your employee, that doesn't strike me as fair.
Thank you, Mr. Cameras. Mr. Young, anyone else?
Madam Chair, I believe yours truly is up next, and then Miss Page. And I do have a question for Dr. Harris Ahmed. It's a clarification question relevant to the motion, but since I do have the floor, I just want to affirm what the superintendent said as it relates to our procurement team, and they are outstanding. I've had the privilege of working with Chuck Ward's shop since I came on this board, and think extraordinarily highly of them. And I know that they are busy and they are stretched thin. So I want to acknowledge that, but I also want my colleagues, and I know my colleagues know this, but perhaps I should still say that those folks are outstanding and bust their bottom. We have 9 FTEs in procurement services, if I'm not mistaken. I will be, I suppose, guilty of comparing us to another municipality again. I apologize, but in Henrico County, I understand, not for the schools, but for the entire county to comprise also the schools, has 12 persons. As it relates to purchasing authority, I would remind, and I know I don't need to, but schools built schools forever, up into a couple of administrations ago. Schools built schools and issued the contracts pertinent to construction thereof. I have a lot more to say, but it's 11 o'clock. Actually, it's 11:10. So I apologize. I'm going to instead just ask my question of, if I may, Madam Chair, Dr. Harris Mohammed. The second half of your motion, I thought I heard initially you said no later, that we would break ground no later than December of 2023. But I wanted to clarify that you were including that language in the amended motion. My point is to say that I want us to break ground before December 31 of 2023. So that's my clarification question for Dr. Harris Mohammed, who introduced the motion.
I did leave that out, no later than December 31st, 2023. And I am still continuing to listen to my school board colleagues, because one of the things that, I mean, of course, we all want to focus on reopening. I will always believe that we should be able to multitask and be able to use the resources that we have, the people that we have, to get some things done. So I am going to, I think we have a couple of more people that want to speak. And, I would decide if I'm going to withdraw my motion or keep the amended motion. But it should be that last sentence, should read no later than.
Madam Chair, then Ms. Page is next, to be followed by Ms. Gibson, then Ms. White.
Thank you.
Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I agree with what Ms. Dorr said, that, we seem to be at an impasse right now, but it is extremely important that we get this right. Because if we don't get it right, taxpayers, more importantly, the students and the families that we serve. So I've done a little research in a school district, Northern Virginia. So in their design and construction services, they have an assistant superintendent of facilities and operations. Also, they have a design and construction department, facilities and operations, that manages the plant operation, maintenance of schools, and the list goes on. So I'm saying all that to say, Superintendent Cameron has already stated, we're going to need more than those 3 positions, but we know it's a start. But we have to give those individuals, once they come on board, we have to give them the opportunity to structure their department as they see fit, because they are the experts. If we want to do this, let's do it right, colleagues. Let's get this right, because we have 24,000 students depending on us, families. We're coming out of a pandemic. Let's get this right. I'm begging us to get this right, because if we don't, we're going to have a dear price to pay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gibson, and then Ms. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to note that as far as the procurement process goes, what we're talking about is the first step in procurement, which is to move forward with the architect. The bulk of the procurement is once we move into construction. And so I do think it's important to emphasize we're not talking about moving forward with an RFP for the construction of a school at this stage. I mean, I think ultimately the issue that we have is that, I can speak for myself. I'm, as I've said before, I'm sensing that there is a tension where the majority on the board are making it very clear that we need to move forward. And I'm concerned that the administration is essentially taking orders from City Hall. And so that's, to me, the elephant in the room right now. We should not have to put an RFP or put a motion on the table to have the administration move something where there's the board has made it clear that we want to move forward with the construction of the school. We should not have to do this, right? This is not the way this process is supposed to work. There should be trust that we are going to move forward as the body has decided to do. I find it concerning that that we're being told that it's impossible because there's all these other things going on. When, to be frank, there was talk about full year school. Well, there was a majority on the board who was not interested in proceeding with full year school. And look at all the resources that went into that. We're now talking about procuring a new curriculum. I mean, I could say for myself, I don't think that this was the right time to be moving forward with a new curriculum, particularly as we're talking about changing the length of time that we're even going to be teaching science next year, And so the administration is making it very clear about where its priorities are, but it seems to me that there's a misalignment in the priorities of the administration and some members of this board. And so I think that there should be some thought as to how that can be reconciled, but I don't want to dance around the topic, right? As to what this is. The issue that we have is trust and how to work with a board, and that there is where the administration may not agree. But we need to move forward, and we cannot say that the board is forcing this timeline. That is simply false, and it's spin. And at the end of the day, this board wants to see the community be involved in the process. We want to see a school that reflects the needs of our students. And I could say for myself, I don't want to build another school for tens of millions of dollars more than it needs to cost, right? Now, I mean, I don't know if the mayor has a cartel or what with construction going on. I don't know. But
Ms. Gibson, please excuse me. And I know you're still talking, but please I know you're still talking, but please be mindful respectfully as we talk about the superintendent with the city. You're making accusations that we have no proof. So respectfully, and those are your opinions in terms of, as you just stated as well, what the mayor has, please, we can do better than that. And I understand exactly what you're saying about moving forward. However, just as you have an opportunity to express what you see children should have, I appreciate that and respect that, but we're not going to have professionally to put the administration down or the mayor down. That's not anybody. Right now, our number one focus is our children. So those type accusations, as chair, I'm not going to allow that to happen, to continue. And if we need to take a break to move forward, I will ask for a motion to do that. But please do not, your opinions regarding what the mayor is doing or the superintendent is doing is unacceptable. And it does not comply with our policy on the board's conduct. And it's just, we're better than that. We can do better than that.
I will not be silent. I will not be silent.
I don't want you to be silent. I just ask that you not disrespect. I don't want you to be silent. Listen to me. I don't want you to be silent. But I do ask that you be respectful of the administration.
Respectful.
And the other persons as well. I understand that what you just stated. We don't want you to be silent, but please, as you point fingers and make those accusations, that's serious. And we don't want to be in a position of harassment for our employees or slanderous, please. Is there someone else listed, Mr. Young, to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Miss White, then Miss Jones, and then the superintendent.
Thank you. And then we'll move forward with a vote or however it unfolds. And colleagues, it's Ms. Lily, please pull that policy up regarding board conduct and the consequences of that, please, to be reminded. But we're not going to have threats and slanderous remarks as we have tonight. We're professionals. We're professionals. And I ask that we conduct ourselves in that manner. All right, the next person is whom, Mr. Young? Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam.
Ms. White.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. White, and the floor is yours. Ms. White, you see what time it is, right?
I saw it. Thank you. I'm sitting here listening and colleagues, I see the motion in the chat and we've just got to be a little bit more realistic. I know Dr. Shanda Muhammad, you made your amended your motion and I agree with the ending of your motion. But we got to be realistic because Mr. Cameras, I just asked him the question, did he have the expertise? And he said, no, he doesn't have the expertise. It's just like you getting blood out of a turnip. He doesn't have the expertise. So he has to hire the people. Yes, it may take 90 days. I would like to see the amendment that Dr. Muhammad says, yes, after they're on board, we'll give them 90 days and it's effective by December the 31st, 2023. But we as a board, we can't keep doing over and over because you got to look at the skill sets of individuals. He has a director there that has never did a large purchase item like this. Matter of fact, not only a director, he has a whole group of people who hasn't. We as a board, we need to see their skill set. Is that what we're really looking for? We don't know. We saw it go out. We saw the announcement go out, but we don't know what's coming in. And just because you send an announcement out, don't mean you always get the same thing that you need. But at least get the person on board. And once the person is on board, then yes, we can give Mr. Cameron an alternate, or you can write the amendment when the persons get on board. And I was listening to another colleague that said about the procurement cap or the amount that we may not have. I looked at the procurement policy that was given to us. I read that, and there is no cap. We have authority. We have authority, 250,000 required, but it's no limit. We have no limit on contracts over 25,000. So I'm unable to locate a cap or a limit. So the board has to approve the dollar threshold over the dollar threshold regardless. So when we say, well, oh, it's amount, we don't have this. No, what we don't have is the people on board. That's what we need. We need the people on board to make this procurement happen, just to see if they have the skill set that we need. And we're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but we still don't have what we need. We need the people. And then we can make all kinds of ultimatums. And I think the question needs to be asked, Mr. Cameras, how long would these positions be open? Mr. Cameras, are you still there?
Yes. I'm going to try to hire for them as soon as I find a good candidate.
Is there a date, an ending date?
It's open until filled. I mean, as soon as we get candidates, we're going to interview and hire as quickly as we possibly can.
So is that normally how you hire your procurement until they are filled, or do you normally put a date on your?
We typically do open until filled.
Open until filled. So then we have to look at that as a board, because if it's open until filled, that can prolong the date. You know, I mean, I know that date, I know it gets people rowdied up when you think of six years and you have people standing outside of the school thinking that it's gonna be built 6 years. But we still have to make sure that we have the type of people that we need in those positions. We can't just say, oh, we're gonna hire somebody and then they can't do the work. Because you have a whole procurement team over there now and no one can do the job. And that's all I have to say, because we've been going on and on for this.
Thank you, Ms. White. Thank you so much for that. And now we're ready to vote on the motion at this time. Was anyone
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair, I'm
else
going
to
to,
speak, because we do need to move on?
well, I'm going to withdraw my motion, my amended motion, and after listening to all colleagues. That's what I wanted to do, was to listen to each colleague. So I'm going to withdraw the motion at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. All right, let's move forward to the next item, consent agenda. We don't have anything listed there for tonight. The other item is other informational items, and that is on board docs, colleagues, the joint construction team. And Mr. Cameron, I guess we will bring closure with that soon as we finish our last business with the buildings in place. We also have 10.02, our MOU with the State Department. Remember, that was created in 2017. It's a 10-year agreement. And the next item is receive the financial statement for the period of April. Is that also a part of that? Yes, number 10. And the other item is budget transfers. That's to be read. And the last item is receive reports. We heard some great news regarding conferences on the laws in the collective bargaining. So at some point, I know we'll get those items added. We have a lot of catching up to do and a lot of homework. So we look forward to just adding those statements to that line item. All right, now we're on number 11, new business. Is there any new business? Mr. Young, anyone in the chat box for new business?
Dr. Harris
Right.
Muhammad, and then I saw Ms. Dorr.
Dr. Harris Muhammad, right. And who was the other person?
Ms. Dorr.
All right, Dr. Harris Muhammad, thank you for the reminder. The floor is yours.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Lee, or Mr. Cameron, because I don't see Ms. Lee, but I had several questions earlier. One of them she answered, and it was about the leveling, where she answered with the leveling process. And maybe I think what would help for the public, what is the policy, procedure, and process of moving teachers within the district? That is a part of our leveling process. And some of our teachers may not understand what that leveling process really entails. Some do, some may not, but maybe the way that it's communicated. For example, Ms. Lee stated that you look at where teachers are needed based on student population, which makes perfect sense. You may need to move some science teachers from one middle school because another middle school has increased student population. So that's a part of the leveling process. I think what I know for a fact, what I'm hearing is just the way that it's communicated. Mr. Cameron, you and I talked about that about a week ago, just the way that it's communicated. How can we filter that communication down a little better? This second question, how does moving teachers impact student achievement? Ms. Lee alluded to that. You got to move teachers where our students are. How many teachers are provisionally, this was my other question for her. How many teachers are provisionally licensed at MLK, Overby Shepherd, John Marshall High School, Old Grove Bellmead, Carver Elementary School, and Armstrong? I can send that question to her, through you, Mr. Cameron, and to the board, so we can look at that. I want us to begin, as we're beginning to reopen for school, and we're at a point, I think VDOE has allow teachers with a provisional license that end this month have another year. I think I might have read that in the superintendent's memo. So where we are with provisionally licensed in some of our most needed elementary, middle, and high schools. And then I'll send the other two questions along with that one as well via email.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris Muhammad. All right, Mrs. Dewar, I believe you're next.
Thank you. I have two requests for consideration from the governance committee. One is related to when we have guest speakers. If we can prioritize, or would love your thoughts on prioritizing having them come earlier in the agenda so they don't have to wait until midnight to speak. So would love to learn if we can improve that. And second, I would like some clarity around what our norm is around amending the agenda. I had heard feedback from board members at one time that we wanted to be able to amend the agenda because that's part of the democratic process. And then I heard from other board members that we don't because it's bad for governance. Either way, I would just love some clarity about what our norm is, because I think there's some, I think there's been a couple of different perspectives that I would love to get alignment on. And then finally, I would like to request an update on open enrollment at a future meeting, specifically as it relates to teachers being able to send their kids to the school at which they teach at. And also, I know we're working on a number of different things, but I don't want us to lose sight on kind of our open enrollment initiatives. And so would just like to schedule an update there. And would like, I have been hearing from several teachers about the OE change related to sending their kids to the school. So would just like to discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dewar. And that's a reminder as well. I know that Ms. Nicole Jones is chairing the governance meeting, and that's scheduled for the 10th. So colleagues, any questions that you have regarding what you would like to see, and she's already been working hard in that committee. I know they're going to bring back an awesome plan. We do have the last, but I'm not going to tell that, Ms. Jones, you will tell that when you give your report. So we're just waiting until that, but thank you so much for those persons that are working on that committee. We have a couple of committees going on, the evaluation committee, the governance committee, and there may be some others. Ms. Clark and I will get together and send out a memo, not tonight, not this week, maybe next week. It's just a follow-up and a reminder. Mr. Young, before we move forward to announcements, is there anyone else that's scheduled to speak under new business?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Page, then Ms. Rizzi, then Ms. Jones.
All right, Ms. Page, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is to piggyback off of what Dr. Harris Muhammad said, as far as the teachers' credentials. I know she listed certain schools, but I would like to know all, because we have a lot of high need schools, so I don't think we need to single any call any schools out, but I mean just receive that information for regarding all of our high need schools. I think that would be fair information for us to receive. And then my next is an announcement, well, a shout out. I just want to, because my colleague Ms. Jones is going to make the announcement for our 8th and 9th district community conversation. So I'm gonna leave that to her. But I just wanted to send a shout out to Oak Grove Bellmead Elementary School. Last week, we recognized 5 scholars that will receive full tuition from Virginia Union University. And I just want to kudos to the team at Oak Grove Bellmead, Mr. Gordon, and all of his staff, and just such a family. And they work really hard to make things happen for our students at Oak Grove Bellmead. But also I would like to give a shout out to Virginia Union University, Dr. Pope and Dr. Williams, who is RPS graduate, but just want to thank you for all that you have provided those opportunities to the 5 scholars at Oak Grove Bellmead Elementary School. So now I just want to thank the administration for the partnership with the Virginia Union. This is greatly appreciated. Just has really opened the doors for our students, and we so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And yes, Oak Grove, Bellmead, everything, that was absolutely, the whole afternoon was absolutely festive. It was just over the top. The manner in which the scholars were recognized for the whole school, family members, students not knowing they were going to be rewarded. And thank you so very much to VUU. They had us all cheering and all the rest, but I had to give kudos, as you stated as well, to Principal Gordon and his team. That was one of the best gatherings in just celebrating student success. I left there on, I really didn't want to leave when it was over. It was just that awesome, just that awesome. But thank you, Ms. Page, to you. That's your district, but thank you for sharing that with everyone. And those students are, they don't have to worry about their tuition.
No.
I love it. That's great. So that was real, that's truly community engagement. And Dr.
Yes.
Sade Harris, I see you waving. Yes, thank you to your department. Gary Hart, Grady Hart did a great job. It was just all, Danielle, everything was just well done, but it was so festive. The music was playing and they were making the announcements and eating, and it's like a big family reunion. So outside on the parking lot. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I think Ms. Jones, you're next. You're on mute apparently.
Yeah, I'm off. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to announce Board Member Page and myself's community conversation this Wednesday, June 9th at 5 p.m. Is it, Ms. Page? 5 p.m. 5 p.m. to 6:30 at Broad Rock Sports Complex for 8th and 9th District families. Our goal is to do this quarterly. We have one in March, and we recognize all the efforts of the Office of Engagement. And so our goal in doing this is really to be working in collaboration with them and to try to connect with families and students that we may not get to talk to on a regular. So if you are out there in the 8th and in the 9th District, meet us at Broad Rock Sports Park. It's gonna be an amazing time. We'll have Soul Ice, the superintendent, we're gonna have drumming, and we're calling it the summer edition because we're gonna be providing resources for programs and summer activities and just ways to stay engaged over the summer. 8th District, 9th District families, we want to see you 5 p.m. Broad Rock Sports Complex. If you need any information, reach out to myself or Ms. Page, and we want to hope to see everybody there. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Sounds like fun. Always great to celebrate. Mr. Young, anyone else before we bring closure?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Rizzi, then Ms. White, and then you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Rizzi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I definitely am so excited about Ashley Bland, our Teacher of the Year. She's a delightful person who definitely deserves all the accolades. I do have to say I was out actually at Burt Park, and a teacher who recognized me approached me and told me that the building level Teachers of the Year really didn't hear much. And so I want to make sure we shout out the building level Teachers of the Year. We really appreciate what they're doing. We want to recognize them. This person actually told me that besides the shout out on the RPS Direct, they hadn't heard anything else. And so, we definitely want to recognize our building level Teachers of the Year. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzi. Thank you so much. Ms. White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I have a question for Mr. Cameras, and then I have 2 shout outs. And a teacher came to me on this. So I want to make sure that everyone hears this because I know tomorrow is SOL time. This was a teacher that wanted to know about the in-person, taking the temperature of the students, elementary. Are they not taking the temperatures? Because she said the nurse was there, but they just felt that because they are younger children and, you know, they can't have shots. So why aren't the temperatures being taken before, I guess during the SOL? They had the mask on, but they didn't take the temperature. So I told her I would ask you that tonight. I completely forgot, but.
The temperature taking is no longer part of the CDC protocol, so we no longer are doing that as part of our process.
Now I got a second, I'll follow up on that, Mr. Cameras, because it's not a part of the CDC protocol. Wouldn't that be still by our younger children not being able to actually take the COVID-19 shot? Wouldn't that be an extra layer of safety protection for them if someone did? Because they're coming in person, so they can just, you never know where the other kids have been, and they can, you know, always take it back home to guardian, grandparents, mothers.
Ms. Udesco, do you want to add anything on that front?
Sure. As part of our health and safety guidance, we are asking that all families conduct an at-home symptom check, and we provided a flyer of a variety of symptoms to check for. I will note that, and thanks to the board's approval of this a couple of weeks ago, we are purchasing thermometers for all of our families as well for when we come back to school so that they can continue to do those at-home checks. But it is now something that's family-based versus done at the school.
Okay, thank you. I hope the teacher is listening to you. So I can do my shout outs now. Just want to let everyone know, Spreading Academy tomorrow will be having a virtual awards at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. tomorrow. So if you have any students over there, they will be having a virtual award at 10 a.m. And I'd like to say kudos to George Washington Carver Elementary. They invited me last Friday to just see a part of their new SLICE program that they're putting together. And it was really interesting for 2 hours. The kids was really involved. They was doing robotics. And I was really impressed with the robotics and the drawing. And hopefully that will be a successful program that can lead into other, to middle school. And maybe we can get Thomas Jefferson to come over there and they do their robotics together. So I thought I was really impressed with the program. And I'd like to thank Dr. Giles and Ms. Pitts for inviting me. And that's all the shout outs I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. White. Mr. Young, I think I'm the last.
Save the best for last. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you're so kind. You're so kind. You can take the rest of the night off. Again, thank you all so much. Those shout outs, that's a great way to begin and end because it's all about our students. I am giving a big shout out to Armstrong High School. On this past Saturday, the Armstrong Leadership Program had their end of the year culminating activity, which took place at the First Presbyterian Church on Cary Street, River Road, Cary Street, in that area. And it was so wonderful to see our students that have completed the program and getting ready to go to college. This program is under the direction of Ms. Yvette Rayput and Mr. Marvin Roan. And it's amazing. Every student received that's participating in this leadership program gave kudos. Each student had opportunity to speak. Their mentors were there. Each student that's going away to college received gift cards. Nothing was under $500. Plus scholarships, I think the highest went up to $13,000. But it was so wonderful, so wonderful. Either those students are going to community colleges or to four-year colleges, but everybody's ready to move forward. But the whole purpose of the program is to give leadership opportunities, we had a mindful moment in our presentation. The families were there. It was very festive. Then we went out on the lawn and had a great celebration to follow. But my point with that is it was so great to see as students spoke where they were and where they are now. And the great thing about it also was the students last year that graduated came back to be a part of this program. So kudos to Armstrong High School's leadership program in partnership with the Richmond Hill. So job well done. Congratulations to the seniors. And it was just an awesome evening. Bon Caribe provided the music. So we were in the Caribbeans and we just celebrated kente cloths. Every student was just adorned with that. And it was an awesome, awesome program. And it was live streamed. So again, congratulations to Armstrong High School. And I'm so proud of each and every student that participated in that program. If there's no other news, no other announcements, may we go in peace, be blessed, and good night all. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night all. Ms. White, did we make it?
Night.
Ms. White, did we make it?
We made it before 12 o'clock, so I have to say good morning.
You said it. All right, good night, y'all. Bye-bye.